All right. How you doing?
Well, good afternoon, good evening, or good morning. No matter where you are, you're here in time for day one of week 2 of the Modern Streamers League. I'm Sean Seacrease along with Guano Maestro.
That's me.
Guano, we've already seen a great week 1 to start the Modern Streamers League. We've got 9 more to go. What are you looking forward to tonight as we've got some titanic matchups?
Agreed. There are so many good. It's just the diversity of everything. It just doesn't stop impressing me what we have. I mean, Storm versus Dredge. Who can go off first? Right? We got Bloom Titan. We got Phoenix. Like we got some super stellar Bloom Titan nerds with us today that are going to run through that. That's going to be amazing. We've got Davius with the fight. This is the one that I think is going to be the biggest smash. Is the Dido Death Shadow with the 5-color Niv Mizzet. I mean, it just seems like it's set up to not be good, but it's all right. We're gonna watch, and I mean, who knows? Maybe Davius has something we haven't seen before. So, and then we got KoDiamonds going. We got 2 Abzan, the double Abzan matchup, which is basically Abzan Toolbox versus. I mean, it's more of a Vizier combo, but it's both Abzan. So, I mean, I'm sure the board will be just flooded with creatures and just everything going on. So, and then to end it up, we've got Cyrus with his Bring to Light Snowshift deck against Rob Caster. Blue-white control and his dirty laundry. So we'll just see how it goes.
And it's super interesting because things are so close. These teams just trying to run up the total match score through 10 weeks of the Modern Streamers League. Team Ice, which is going to be in the leadoff position tonight, is GhostxEmpire with his Dredge deck. They're up 6 matches to 4 after week 1 against Team Fire. Now, this is our second consecutive week of constructed. These players will be playing the same constructed deck in 4 of the 5 weeks that make up the first half of our Modern Streamers League. Then in the second half of the season, well, they'll get to change it up for weeks 6 through 10. Next week, we've got something special. The only wrinkle to the modern format that we'll have during the MSL in these first 5 weeks. Guano, you mentioned it. We have a special guest coming on tonight. You saw him last week in action for Team Ice. Team Ice is going to be our host team this week. We'll be watching it from Team Ice's perspective all week long. It is the piloter of Karn Amulet, Francisco. He picked up a 2-0 win over Capolo 42 last week. He's going to be joining us in just a moment. We'll have the forecast of doom coming up. And this week, we're also going to be rolling out a segment we're very excited about, Extra Turns. Our chance to let you get more acquainted with some of the streamers and their personalities here on the Modern Streamers League. It's going to be quick. It's going to be upbeat. And it's going to be a little peek not only into their magic mind, but behind that magic scene as well. We'll have a chance to get up close and personal with a couple of our streamers here tonight with Extra Turns on the Modern Streamers League. The Modern Streamers League, of course, is brought to you by Card Kingdom. If you're looking for anything to play in meat space, they've got you covered with the best, cheapest, most efficiently delivered cardboard. Card Kingdom, my shipment for this weekend just got here today. I paid for 3-day shipping. I got it in 2. They're on the West Coast. I live in the middle of the country. Love them. Trust them every time when I know I need something to go out of town. Card Kingdom. And of course, if you need it online, Guano, this is your territory. What do you do when you need something to play online?
You go to cardhoarder.com. I mean, it's the best place to go. Everything is so fast. Their bots are so quick. Today I was playing Hardened Scales, and I mean, as soon as I put my order in, the bot immediately gets to me. So there's no waiting. There's no wondering, when, do I have time to, it's right there as soon as you ask for it. It's amazing.
Did you get 2 clean kills like Yama Killer did last week with Hardened Scales, or did you have to work for it?
Okay, so I don't know if you know this or not, but Hardened Scales is a math deck, and
yes.
Last week we talked about how good I am at math. So basically, I had so many people helping me. I blew so many games, but that's okay. That's part of it, is learning the decks that I don't really know. That's part of how I learned to play Magic, and probably how everybody learns to play Magic. You put a little effort into something that you haven't done before, and you mess up, but you just keep trying, and you keep going, and you keep sticking it in there, and you just don't care. You just want to learn. That's what it's about.
Well, if trial and error is the path to success, our guest tonight, all of his errors, at least with Amulet Bloom decks, are behind him. We're going to be joined by the legend that is Francisco here as part of Modern Streamers League on night 1 in week 2. The entirety of the Modern Streamers League not only exists for sweet modern tech to be developed and shown off, but also as a way to help 2 key charities around the world. Team Fire is playing for all season long, A21. A21 is a charity looking to end human trafficking around the globe. Check it out. Support Team Fire and support a noble drive to end human trafficking around the world with A21. And Team Ice, they're playing for the Cancer Research Institute, looking to end all forms of cancer, regardless of age, sex, geographic origin, and to make those cares available to everyone. The Cancer Research Institute being played for by Team Ice throughout the Modern Streamers League. Let's get set for match one tonight. Caleb Shearer on Storm. Caleb is trying to bounce back from a loss to Cyrus corman-gill last week for Team Fire. That was the first win of the week for Team Ice last week. He's about to take on GhostxEmpire. He's also looking for his first win in the Modern Streamers League. GhostX is on Dredge to get us inside these two decks. Let's get the forecast of doom as we get week 2 started on the Modern Streamers League. This is Extra Turns. I'm one of your co-hosts for the Modern Streamers League, Sean Secrease, and today we get to get up close and personal with the Saint Doom. Let's go Extra Turns. What is your favorite thing to do to celebrate a big Magic win?
Huge fist pump. I dance around the room.
You keep a very nice decanter next to your desk when you play MTGO. What's the thing that's usually in there?
Maker's Mark.
What got you into Magic?
I was in 3rd grade, and some kids were in the playground playing with these strange cards that had unique fantasy symbols on them. One of them gave me a grizzly bear. From reading the lore text at the bottom, I was hooked.
You get to pick the flavor of an upcoming Magic set.
Native American mythology-based set, like a coyote villain.
Famous, of course, for being the force that started the MSL. What's something else away from Magic that people don't know about you?
I'm writing my own novel. I've made my own board games, and I am working on actually making a board game set in the mythology and mythos of the book I am also writing.
That's Extra Turns with the Saint Doom this week on the Modern Streamers League.
Sorry about that. Technical glitch. I forgot to press a button. Welcome to the forecast of doom. Starting off right now, we have GhostxEmpire on Dredge against Caleb on Storm. Now, this should be a really exciting matchup. Game 1, it's kind of just a race. The interactive cards we have on each side are Conflag from Dredge and Remand from Storm. Whoever gets to kind of combo off first is going to win Game 1. Post-board, though, that's when things start to get interesting. From Caleb's perspective, we have Echoing Truth and Empty the Warrens to perhaps flood the board to stop Dredge from going off. And from Ghost's side, we have 1 Leyline of the Void, 4 removal spells to hit those creatures, and 2 Thoughtseize to slow Storm down. One interesting card I'm intrigued with here is Creeping Chill, which may help GhostxEmpire not only race, but also keep his life total high enough to make it so Caleb cannot Storm kill him quickly. That is the forecast of doom. Let's see how it plays out.
We are set for match 1, week 2 here on the Modern Streamers League. Sean Seacrease, it is my pleasure to bring in our guest analyst for this night. And you saw him win last week with Bloom Titan. It is Francisco. You're done with your stream earlier today. Were you just getting warmed up for tonight?
I'm always warmed up, Sean. No worry about that.
Well, we get to start with a hot one right now. Caleb Shearer on Storm. And you were a little bit concerned about this matchup from Storm's point of view. Now, of course, Francisco, a member of Team Ice. So we're seeing it from their perspective this week with GhostxEmpire getting off to the preferred start with a turn 1 faithless looting. We heard the forecast of doom on the breakdown, Francisco. What are you thinking as you look at these two decks, which really don't have much interaction in game 1?
I mean, honestly, I'm looking at GhostxEmpire's hand, and it has everything that he wants, right? So here he's just gonna get to do its thing, unless Caleb can figure out a way to stop him. He's probably gonna. Yep, exactly. Oof. Woo! All right, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah. For
That's-
GhostxEmpire. You know, right now the shoes
That
on
is
the
the
other foot
face right
last
there.
week. He had to sit and watch as Cat Light's Blue-Red Phoenix deck did everything it wanted to do at every moment it wanted to do it. And right now you can see Ghost, he's bobbing the head, he's got the rhythm going, and he knows this game is shaping up exactly the way he drew it up on the whiteboard.
Oh yeah, big time. I mean, not having to worry about the main deck surgical extraction is definitely it's a massive game changer. Like he is going to be able to do its thing. I mean, he already has 8 power on turn 2 on the board. That's,
Yeah.
that
He
seems
has
decent.
At least that. Well, and you mentioned surgical extraction, main board. That was part of a technology that was almost mandatory when Hugak was at its height before the last BNR announcement. But now some decks just don't have room for it. And Storm is certainly one of those decks that doesn't want to water down what it's trying to do by throwing a card in that doesn't add to the Storm count and doesn't draw a card or make mana.
For sure. Like surgical extraction is such a narrow, it's such a narrow card. It's only good in some specific matchups, and not every deck can afford to play it, to be honest. And Storm definitely is one of those that cannot really play that because all of his cards are either engine cards or they are payoff cards, and you can only mess around with that shell so much before you start diluting your game plan a little bit too much.
Now, last week we saw Ghost and Sodak for Team Ice both settling for sort of the second best turn 1 play with Shriekhorn, but you can see that's just rotting in the hand for Ghost because he's had his absolute best cards, whether it's been Faithless Looting or now Cathartic Reunion, as he is getting everything into the zones that he wants as he sort of just picks and chooses his way through game 1.
Yeah, for sure. Like he's Faithless Looting is like bar none the best possible opener for all of these graveyard decks, particularly Dredge. So I am not surprised that after a very solid start, he was just able to keep that going.
A second Peer Through Depths coming up now. Going to go into the ritual for Shearer as he wants to go for Gifts Ungiven. So Caleb trying to set up in what he knows is his last window. Caleb at 5, GhostxEmpire with more than enough, probably triple the power that he needs on the board in order to end this. And Storm with no sweeper in game 1, certainly. And Caleb Shearer, a Storm master. But right now, Francisco, you mentioned it, Storm, maybe not in the best position in the metagame, but it's got to take somebody with Caleb Shearer's level of expertise with the deck, I think, even to consider playing it right now.
Yeah, for sure. Like Caleb is gonna get to do its thing here, but basically he needs to win right now. I don't think he's going to have time for anything else. Even that Conflagrate hanging out in GhostxEmpire's graveyard is going to finish the game very quickly. However, he might have just gotten there, honestly. And GhostxEmpire's incredible start was just not enough. I mean, that's the power of the Storm deck, right? This is why you play it. You can see GhostxEmpire enjoying the view over there.
Well, you mentioned it, no surgical extraction to worry about if you're GhostxEmpire, but also no interaction of any sort to worry about if you're Caleb Shearer. So he just spent the first 3 turns sculpting what he considered to be the best hand he could come up with. Now, is it going to be enough damage? That's the only question. When the Storm deck has a mana reducer in play, which he does with Baral, and he's already found Manamorphose, which is plus mana now, I mean, the sky's the limit if he can find the right cards.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, it wasn't the likeliest, but Storm has a very, very consistent turn for kill, and this is exactly what we see here. So GhostxEmpire was barely slow enough. If he had found maybe like one Crip and Chill more, or maybe a couple of Bloodghasts that could have attacked last turn with haste, that would have made him able to get there. But unfortunately, that was not the case.
Are you worried if you're GhostxEmpire? Can your start get any better than that? Can you put more pressure on the play than what he just did? Or are you just in a position where you have to say, I just got to hope that Caleb doesn't have it?
Well, it's kind of like it usually happens with these combo decks. In post sideboard configurations, you are going to see. I mean, we are seeing it right here, right? GhostxEmpire is bringing in Leyline of the Void, is bringing in Thoughtseizes. We are going to have a much slower matchup coming up right now with a lot more interaction. So now the players are not going to be able to. What we saw in game one was basically every deck just doing its thing. There's nothing to worry about from the other side. All you got to do is you got to try to get there faster. Now they're going to need to play around things. They're going to need to figure out what they can beat. They're going to need to figure out what avenues they can take in order to, outplay and outmaneuver what their opponent is presenting to them.
I think this is going to be fascinating to watch from GhostxEmpire. Because what are you expecting Caleb to do with his counter spells? Remand not only sets GhostxEmpire back if he goes for a big Conflagrate or something along those lines, but it also draws Caleb a card, and it's versatile enough that some Storm players find a chance to use it on their own spells on turns that they go off. So I have to think if and how many Remand Caleb keeps in here, probably going to tell you somewhat of how this game might shape up.
Yeah, for sure. I expect to see. I expect Caleb to preemptively bring in some number of pieces of the puzzle in order to play around the potential ley line that it's going to suspect that GhostxEmpire brings in. The alternative would be to bring a bunch of what we see, like stuff like Echoing Truth and the Repeal that he's playing in his main deck as ways to bounce it. And yep, as we can see the ley line right there. So this actually might be a keep.
That was a mulligan for GhostxEmpire. So he's going to go down a card. He'll start essentially with a 5-card hand and Leyline in play if he wants to go for this. Looks like he didn't think it was good enough. Now, another Leyline. Yeah, he's got Faithless Looting to go with the Leyline. I have to think you stop here.
Yeah, this one is good enough. Yeah, this one we keep. Smart man.
So GhostX gets the Leyline to begin the game, and he gets to go right into the Faithless Looting. And now, back on the play, this is going to be the start that he hopes for. How dependent, Francisco, is this Dredge deck on having multiple pieces, or is he going to be okay from here for a couple of turns while he sort of refills his hand?
Well, I don't think. I mean, Life from Below is like one of the main card advantage engines that the Dredge deck has, and Faithless Looting actually acts as card advantage in a deck like Dredge. That's where the power of the card comes from. It's when you look at the card objectively, we're talking about card disadvantage, right? So we are drawing 2 cards where we're discarding a card, but we are using 1 card in order to get that effect. Dredge basically actually takes advantage of discarding those cards, turning that card disadvantage into actual card advantage. So we're going to see that for sure. From GhostxEmpire right here. We can see that he discarded Bloodghast, and now he got back for free. So he's already...
My mistake, because I didn't notice the Stinkweed Imp that went to the graveyard. So you had a Dredge for 5 available, and so that was exactly what he wanted. So, of course, with that Life from Below in hand, he was exactly set up at where he wanted to be. The free Bloodghast, as Francisco mentioned, and GhostxEmpire off to the races against Caleb Shearer and Storm. Storm, though, 1 game won. And right now, if you're Team Fire, you're looking for an early, quick start to week 2 because they're down 6 matches to 4 to Team Ice after week 1. So can Caleb Shearer find a way to pick off this Dredge deck here in match 1 of week 2 here on the Modern Streamers League. You see the energy from GhostxEmpire, Francisco. He really wears his heart on his sleeve, doesn't he? He's up and moving when he's got things going his way, and we just saw the crossed fingers when he thought Storm might have him.
Yeah, for sure. He's a he's a visual guy, I guess. We can easily see whether he thinks he's winning or not. But yeah, I mean, we have right now Caleb at 7. This is a very, very quick clock. Everything just went Ghost Empire here, even after a move to 5, excuse me. But it's just the power of the Dredge deck, you know. It just gets so much value, and it just clocks you so quickly.
And the extra danger for Caleb Shearer now is that he's under 10, so all those Bloodghasts are going to come out with haste, which with the right hit could be this is over next turn.
Yeah, and I was talking about something else, and I didn't talk about the remand that just happened. That was huge, actually. Yep. If Caleb had not been able to counter that remand somehow, we would see Ghost Empire dredging again here, probably getting some extra Crippling Chills, maybe getting some more Bloodghast that are going to be hasty. So we could definitely see the game ending right here. Unfortunately, though, even with that remand, it seems that Caleb was not able to find that third land drop. So he's already in a rough spot, and here we see Ghost Empire actually setting up the 2-turn clock. He's going to attack for 3 here, and then he played the almighty 1-2.
And that's how you know that Dredge players are unhappy, because nobody has the same bounce and tempo when they have to hardcast their Stinkweed in. And that's exactly what just happened. Now does Caleb Shearer have enough to go for it? You know, he's sitting on a hand chock full of cards, and Ghost Empire back in fingers crossed mode right now. This is where Caleb Shearer snuck up and took game 1. Does he have a mana reducer? He doesn't have the Baral this time to start, but he has the ritual, the second ritual. Let's see where this goes.
Yeah, it's definitely it is this turn, right? Like Caleb needs to find a way to get there right now. He's digging. Oh, he did find the mana reducer. Okay, he might actually get there now. Pieces of the puzzle finds another piece of the puzzle, I guess. Yeah, that's not gonna be enough. He's gonna need more.
Be his last blue if he goes for it without finding another opportunity.
Yeah, he's gonna need a Metamorphosed, which he did find.
He does have it, so he's no longer restricted by his color of mana. But in Modern, that Grape Shot is only 1 for each storm count, not 2 like Tendrils of Agony and Legacy. The 3 extra life that Ghost Empire has right now, big deal or not a big deal for Caleb Shearer?
Well, I don't think he has a deterministic kill yet. He might need to draw something from this Metamorphose, I think. Because, I mean, Caleb is an extremely experienced Storm player. If he didn't snap it off, it's because he thinks that he's not there quite yet. And apparently that is the case. Like he might have needed to get lucky there. Oh, maybe he did. Yep.
Ghost Empire now going to watch as Caleb Shearer goes for the Gifts Ungiven. And there's nothing the Storm deck can do to answer. The only spell in his hand, Life from the Loam, and that's a sorcery that's not going to help. He's got as much influence over this outcome as we do right now, Francisco.
Yeah, for sure. It's up to Caleb now. And this is even considering the fact that Ghost Empire knows about the entire list, and you know, he knows that he doesn't need to play around any kind of graveyard hate or anything like that. However, one thing that I didn't quite, apparently I was confused. I was thinking that, actually Caleb might not have it here, because I totally forgot that there's a leyline in play, and the Exile Zone is right now where the graveyard should be. So that's what confused me. So this makes sense then, because I was thinking, why didn't he just get Past in Flames there? But
right, well, that cuts off the Past in Flames line.
Exactly. So actually, if Ghost Empire chooses carefully here, he might be able to get away with this one.
Do you risk giving pieces of the puzzle to him? Because you see Caleb looks like he's got plenty of mana.
Yeah, he doesn't have that much though. And if he goes for the pieces of the puzzle, then he will need to find another Empty the Warrens and another and another ritual of that pieces of the puzzle. So I think that GhostxEmpire was very correct in binning the Empty the Waters for sure. Oh, wow. We might have... Ooh, I think he's 1 mana short. I think he's exactly 1 mana short of killing him.
We'll see how it plays out right now. Pieces of the puzzle looking deeper right here for Caleb Shearer. You see the storm count ticking up on the right side of the screen. It's at 12, and he's got a ways to go, but can he literally put those pieces together?
Yeah, I mean, if Caleb doesn't get there, he's going to be forced into the not-so-pleasant situation of actually needing to kill GhostxEmpire's creatures. But I think that he had a remand in there, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so there's the Grape Shot, and he's going to remand. He's so Grape Shot like he's out of mana.
Shot. We talked about that during the side deck opportunity. Does Caleb keep remand in? How many and how does he use it? Because we saw a key remand in game 1, and now that was to protect himself against GhostxEmpire. Now we see the Storm player use the remand on their own Grape Shot to go for a kill.
Exactly. And you can see how that works. You know, the key interaction is the fact that when you remand your own spell that has Storm, what happens is you do still get all the copies, right, that you get from the Storm mechanic. And actually, yeah, here GhostxEmpire is going to force the chomp block from Caleb. That was an amazing draw in that Bloodghast just because he needed a hasty threat. Yeah, I think he's going to get away with it. That's very cool.
Turn for GhostxEmpire. He's going to put Caleb Shearer now to 1 with no mana reducer in play for his untap. And can the hand for Caleb Shearer find a way to get him to another storm count of 10? And it can. Wow. That is going to be a win for GhostxEmpire. That's going to take us to game 3. And the happy dance, the chair dance from GhostxEmpire.
He even has a dance. That was incredible. Well, I cannot stress enough how important Leyline was that game. Usually you have games where the leyline doesn't matter against Storm, so it's not particularly effective to try to mulligan to leyline. Unlike when you mulligan to a leyline against a deck like Dredge, Storm can kill you without needing to use their graveyard. But in that specific spot, in that specific situation that GhostxEmpire was in, Caleb needed to. He just didn't have enough to go off through the leyline. So. Yeah, that was incredible. That was awesome.
This is match 1 of week 2 of the Modern Streamers League. Thanks for joining us on Twitch, Sean Secrease, along with Francisco. Now I want you to do something for me, Francisco, as we wait for the sideboarding to be complete. You are in a unique position to judge the chair dance that your teammate GhostxEmpire just did, because you are a professional drummer, which puts you seated with your arms and legs in motion on a regular basis. So give me a 1 to 10. How good was the chair dance from GhostxEmpire?
That was a solid 8. That was a solid 8. Yeah.
Okay,
for sure.
We'll get another critique if we see maybe he takes the match win chair dance all the way to 10. Maybe
that's
we'll find out.
Yeah, I would expect it for him to take it up a notch if he does win. So the only problem is that now I have very high expectations for that. So he'd better take care of that, you know.
He needs to take care of this game if he wants to show it off. 1-1 as we go to game 3 here, match 1, week 2 of the Modern Streamers League. Team Ice looking to stretch their 6-4 advantage over Team Fire from week 1. Can they do it here? Whichever team gets this game is going to put the first notch on the board tonight. Shriekhorn first and not Faithless Looting this time. Does this have something to do with being on the draw?
I honestly have no idea. This is the kind of stuff that you will see like the Dredge Discord channel have like walls of text over like arguing, okay, so is it better to turn 1 Shriekhorn or it's better to take 1 Faithless Looting because I have this card and I could draw this card and I could discard this card. It really is one of those things that you really see the real Dredge masters get an advantage, right? Like this is when you really can appreciate true mastery, and it's incredible mastery, the one that GhostxEmpire had by drawing that Cathartic Reunion. This is how the pros do it.
Being great at drawing is an underrated skill set, certainly, especially here in Modern. GhostX now has the chance to go for the Cathartic Reunion, and he's got a perfect card to pitch in Bloodghast and the Amalgam right there, and that's what we're going to see. Oh, just the Bloodghast is going to go, as he's going to keep the Amalgam. Now, double Amalgam in hand.
Unfortunately, he did not find another Dredger after dredging that line for the lump, so he couldn't really go off in a like basically ending the game. But it was still pretty decent. He got a couple of Bloodghast in there. Those are going to come back next turn. He still has a Faithless Looting waiting in the wings.
Double Faithless Looting.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be. Yeah, Caleb is gonna be the one that's gonna need to do something here, because GhostxEmpire kind of has all the tools that he needs.
Now, if you're Caleb Shearer and you're on Storm, this game texturally is much different than Game 2 because there's no Leyline of the Void to start the game in play. Does Caleb consider other lines because he knows the graveyard's open now? Is he thinking, I'm on the play, I can take this to turn 5 and look for the perfect hand, or is what he's going to do on his next turn going to be defined somewhat by what GhostxEmpire can get done here?
I would expect that Caleb's plan is not going to change much, honestly. I would imagine that he's still going for the same idea. You know, he just needs to enact his game plan in the most efficient fashion. That's why we see, again, pieces of the puzzle, trying to get that card advantage, trying to sculpt that hand in order to go off. Now, what's important is going to be whether he's able to find that cost reducer, because here come the dudes. I mean, that's a lot of power that comes out of the graveyard this turn.
Well, and a couple of Creeping Chills taking GhostxEmpire all the way to 26. It's a double piece of padding, you know, in this game where that life total really does matter, even though there's nothing on the board for your opponent on the other side. Yeah,
exactly. That card had really just turbo Dredge to the top of the metagame. That it's just so powerful. Just for free, being able to get a free Lightning Helix it's extremely powerful. So he even milled the Conflagrate. So basically, he has everything set up for next turn. Caleb needs to win right now.
Yeah, GhostxEmpire, those amalgams are 3/3s, so he's got 12 points of power on the board. And Caleb knows he has to go for it.
Yeah, and we see the classic Desperate Ritual, splicing Desperate Ritual. That's doing it the hard way right there.
Now, for bonus points, explain Splice, because there's certainly people who are watching who weren't playing Magic when Kamigawa Block was a part of our lives.
Yeah, that's actually hilarious. That's around the time where I started playing Magic. So yeah, I do remember Splice. It's a weird one. So basically, you can splice a card by paying an extra cost and then showing the card from your hand. What this does is, as we can see right now, we have Desperate Ritual, which can splice for 2 mana. So what you can do, yeah, GhostxEmpire is F6 here. F6. He's showing that he's not going to do anything. It's on Caleb to win here. So going back to Splice, he can use 2 mana to cast the spell and then 2 extra mana to show the spell from his hand in order to get its effect. So what we get is basically Caleb was able to use 4 mana, but only 1 single card, and he got 6 mana for it.
No, that's the power of Splice. You see it prop up every once in a while outside of Storm decks, but not very often. And anyone who's paying a Splice casting cost is never up to anything fair in the history of Magic. We know that. The rematch coming up on the Grape Shot again. And does Caleb Shearer have enough to steal match 1 here against GhostxEmpire and Dredge?
He does not have enough Storm. Like, those Creeping Chills were extremely powerful. The life gain from them, actually, it's going to help a GhostxEmpire survive this Grape Shot into Remand into another Grape Shot. Caleb is literally going to need another Grape Shot if he is to win this game.
Either that or another Remand. Certainly a second Remand on the Grape Shot would do it.
No, because he's not going to have enough mana. He only has 4 mana and no cost reducer.
Yeah, he is trying to go about this without the cost reducer. That was where the texture of the second game was so much different. Empty the Warrens now coming to follow up. And the eye roll from GhostxEmpire. Caleb had the mana reducer in game 2, but GhostX had the ley line of the void. Both of them seemingly operating without their best foot forward here in game 3. But Caleb Shearer, 22 goblins off Enter the Warrens.
That's a lot of gobos. I wonder what GhostxEmpire is going to do about that. Because Conflagrate is not lethal, and his attacks don't look good. So we're going to see what he does about it. Caleb might have enough to get out of the woods.
If GhostxEmpire stays home, does Caleb have enough? With GhostX at 18, well, it would be really close.
Okay, so he's going after the goblins.
Just to make sure he can't die on a crackback here.
Yeah, that seems to be the plan. He knows about the grape shot in hand, so even if an interesting thing about Bloodghast is that they can't block. So GhostxEmpire only has 4 blockers right now, while being at 18. So with 22 in play, that's going to be, well, lethal, first of all. And second of all, Caleb is not going to need much in order to deal the remaining points of damage with the grape shot that he has in hand.
I think we're going to see Caleb Shearer just turn every Gabo sideways on his turn. All he needs is a couple of abilities to draw cards. You know, if he just has a couple of cards that he can essentially cast away for new cards just to turn up his storm count to 4 or 5, should be lethal, maybe 6 or 7, depending on how this goes, but certainly not a number that's difficult for the Storm deck to get to, especially, as you mentioned, Francisco, he's already got the grape shot in his hand.
Yeah, exactly. So this is actually a very, very tricky turn for GhostxEmpire.
Through all of it. Plenty of time left for both players as we are in game 3, 1 apiece.
For sure. This to me makes a lot of sense because it basically forces Caleb to make a decision before anything else is settled. And those, again, as I said a second ago, those Bloodghasts are not blocking, so might as well attack. They're going to be hasty next turn anyway, so he's going to be able to get them back with a life from the loam if he needs to.
Now Caleb has to really consider what's in his hand because each Bloodghast that he blocks puts him 1 point further away from a kill.
Exactly. So he's going to need to be very careful. However, he needs to block at least one of those Bloodghasts because otherwise that Conflagrate is just straight up lethal. So that is the easy part. Like as you can see, Caleb he puts that guy in there because that's the easy block. That is the first step.
Yeah. That's the information on board being read correctly. Snap block. Yeah.
Exactly. That's step number 1. Okay, we got there. All right. Now next. Well, now what's next? And I think that GhostxEmpire is going to be forced into using Conflagrate as a defensive measure. Yeah.
It looks like he's picking off the Gabos right now. Yeah,
he just needs to not die. Honestly. This makes me think about whether it would have been a consideration to actually attack with the price amalgams, because Caleb can't really take a bunch of damage from them, so you might as well force the goblins to die if that makes sense. Force them to chomp.
16 goblins, 1/1s for Caleb Shearer as he untaps now 4 blockers. So right away that's 12. That puts GhostxEmpire at 6. We already know Caleb leading with Serum Visions, and we know he has the grape shot in hand.
Yeah, Caleb doesn't have this game yet, though. He still needs to find something. One piece of the puzzle is in his hand already, which is, well, pun not intended, sorry. But one piece of the puzzle is the grape shot. That's what I meant to say. Let's see what he does here. You're fine.
I have a house rule that I've lived by my whole life. Anyone who's working in their second language gets a whole lot of wiggle room from you. So you're originally from Argentina. I know you're working. Thank you. You're doing a great job. We appreciate the insight tonight, but no worries there.
Thank you. I'm not sure I agree with that play from Caleb. He might have been forced into it, but that Bloodghast is coming back next turn, so I think that he might as well have pinged a GhostxEmpire for one. Like he's for sure going to be dredging the life from the loam and getting back the Bloodghast, because that's where most of his damage is going to be coming from. So this is always a tough part against Storm when you have these Empty the Warrens games, and it's always like trying to juggle. Okay, how many do we attack? Because they are just 1/1s, you know, so they don't do that many damage, but some of them are literally chump attacking. So how do I set up a 2-turn kill? It really is challenging.
And from Storm side, you have to take into account, okay, have I tracked correctly? And because of the information we see on Modo, have I tracked correctly the number of free lightning helixes that my opponent has with Creeping Chill? You know, that could certainly mess up the math.
For sure, that is extremely important. That is extremely important to be aware of how many Creeping Chills your opponents has left in their library, and whether they are going to be able to mill them or not. The addition of Forgotten Cave has also kind of changed the paradigm here. Because before if your opponent had 0 cards in hand, they are dredging a life from the loam, you know, okay, so they are not going to be able to redraw. But now the addition of Forgotten Cave has made it so if GhostxEmpire hasn't found all 4 Bloodghasts yet, he still has a chance to do it.
And I believe Shriekhorn has been used up, so he doesn't have anything there. It's going to be the cycle of Cave.
Exactly. So here he's going to try to dig a little bit deeper to try to find some extra chills, or that he did find a chill. Okay, yeah. So this is going to help him out immensely. In fact, now, this probably seals it up unless like Caleb's only card in hand is, I don't even know what it could be, but he's going to get all 4 Bloodghasts with haste and attacking. So he is literally taking lethal this turn. So he managed to get there. All right, let's see the dance.
Oh, I like the shirt that he had made. Me versus
That's
you
an
on the ladder,
amazing shirt.
me advancing. That's a big thumbs up. GhostxEmpire not only sartorially leading us off in spectacular fashion this evening, but also finding the line in an extremely complicated Game 3 as Team Ice widens their lead over Team Fire. Now 7 matches to 4 to start things off on match 1 of Week 2 of the Modern Streamers League. Francisco, just your thoughts on how those 2 post-board games played out. We saw 2 very different textural games at that point, but GhostxEmpire, I thought, masterful with the way he navigated Game 3.
Yeah, I agree with that. He did an amazing job. He made sure that he mulliganed properly. First of all, I cannot stress enough how important that was on Game 2. He went even down to 5 in order to try to find the perfect hand that is going to give him the win. And in Game 3, he just did his thing. He just kept a hand that he knew he was going to be powerful. He did not have that much interaction, but it was powerful enough to get there, and just Caleb's hand didn't really pan out.
GhostxEmpire gets off the losing streak from last week, now 1-1 in play here in the Modern Streamers League. And Caleb Shearer, 0-2 in 2 matches played against Cyrus corman-gill and his Bring to Light Snowshift deck that we'll see later tonight, and now against Dredge in the hands of GhostxEmpire. Team Ice playing for the Cancer Research Institute throughout this season of the Modern Streamers League, up 7 matches to 4. Team Fire playing for A21 to end human trafficking around the world. They're looking for some big wins, and they have a heavy hitter coming up next in Cat Light. We'll talk a little bit more about what Cat was up to this weekend, why she comes into Week 2 on a roll, considering her performance in both Week 1 and what she spent her time doing over the weekend. But we are going to take just a moment and get to know Francisco just a little bit better, sort of away from the game. I referenced your music career while we were watching Match 1. When was the last time you were in the studio, and have you been working on any projects that you can share with us?
Actually, yes. Well, going into the studio is not a thing that happens that much anymore, unfortunately, because technology has made the kind of like the musician's life a little bit different. Everybody can record in their own house, which is a great thing. But
right now,
sorry.
Sort of like what we're doing right now with this coverage.
Exactly, pretty much. So, yeah, that it definitely changed the paradigm. A lot of what I do is playing live, and that definitely is probably like more than half of what I do. And the other part is just teaching. I am a big fan of teaching. I have been doing that for maybe 10, 12 years now. So it's been a minute. And it really is it's a passion of mine. So I have been doing it nonstop ever since.
Fantastic. Outstanding Titan player, Amulet Titan player. Francisco, our guest, also an outstanding percussionist. We'll talk a little bit more about that as this night continues here on the Modern Streamers League. Coming up, we get a chance to pair up two of the most insightful minds in Modern when it comes to Amulet Titan decks. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to the next forecast of Doom, as we're going to have Francisco and Mike St. Doom break down the one Titan deck that we're going to see tonight. That's going to be in the next round. The Modern Streamers League, brought to you by Card Hoarder and Card Kingdom. We couldn't do this without their support. They have been fantastic to the Modern Streamers League to help us get this Season 1 up and running. If you need anything, whether it's cardboard or digital cards, digital objects, check them out. Card Hoarder and Card Kingdom, who help support the Modern Streamers League. Coming up next, it's round 2 of week 2, night 1, here on the Modern Streamers League.
Welcome to the Forecast of Doom. I have with me a very, very special guest, somebody who I'm proud to know, somebody who helped teach me Amulet Titan. I know Sean keeps saying I am a very good Amulet Titan player. I will take all the praise I can get, but this guy sitting right next to me on screen, not in real life, is a much, much better Amulet Titan player than me. So while I have you, I want to ask you, why do you play Amulet Titan?
I mean, if I wanted to tell you the real story is I hadn't played Magic for maybe 10 years. I started playing back in Odyssey, so that's a long time ago. And then I stopped playing, and then basically a friend of mine showed me like the new cards and stuff, and I'm like, oh, I remember when I used to play Magic, and I started studying a little bit. I started digging a little bit. I found about the Pro Tour. And then around this time, Pro Tour Born of the Gods happened. And I don't know if you guys saw that video, which is, I think, round 7, if I'm not mistaken. Matthias' hand is in a background match, and I was blown away, and I was like, what is going on there? How can you do that? How is that allowed to happen? And from there on, I immediately went and I started digging and started trying to figure out what was this deck that I had just seen. And I ordered the cards online like a long time ago. And basically ever since then, I've been playing with it. I remember when people didn't really trust me when I told them that it was pretty good. And then it turned out it was a little bit too good, and they got banned. And that's when I stopped playing it for like 6 months or something. And then I started playing it on Moto. I started playing something else on Moto, and I run into somebody playing the deck. And I'm like, is it still alive?
It's still alive.
And I quickly went and I checked the price of all the cards. I'm like, oh, these are dirt cheap. I bought the deck again. And ever since then, it was like 3 years now, maybe? No, 4 years now, yeah. It was 4 years ago, and ever since then, I've been playing the deck basically nonstop, even through formats that were not very good for it. I played it anyway. It's too much fun. It's just extremely rewarding, and it really, really, really does everything that I want in a deck, right? It has like multiple angles of attack. You can play the deck in different ways. You can build the deck in many different ways. In fact, I did not only 1 3-hour video talking about this, but 2 3-hour videos talking about this, which you can find in YouTube if you just Google Demystifying Amulet Titan.
They're definitely worth a watch.
I go in real deep. I go in real deep. And what
I appreciate about you is that you took the time to learn a deck, and then you shared that knowledge with the public and said, hey, this is not something that's easy to do. Here, let me tell you why I like what you learned, how you learned it, and kind of, I'm sure you had some bumps and bruises and scrapes along the way in learning Amulet Titan, because every player does. I still am having those, and you take the time to let people know what to mulligan, what to sideboard, and how even different variants of the deck, like we have right here, PuntThenWhine is playing a much different version than I know that you've been playing recently, and I know that I prefer to play because he has that Lotus Bloom.
Exactly.
Lotus Bloom available to him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I try to do. I talked a second ago about, how I'm a teacher, and that is my passion, and that definitely extends to Magic. So that's why I try to, make my stream as informative as possible, and I always encourage people to ask me questions and stuff. And speaking of questions, yes, this version of the deck really is a question mark. This is Bloom Titan. Actually named this way because, well, the deck with Summer Bloom used to be named Bloom Titan, so now we are naming it Bloom Titan still because of Lotus Bloom. So that's right, kind of like that's kind of the meme. But yeah, this is the version of the deck that PuntThenWhine created as soon as Summer Bloom got banned, basically, and he's been playing it non-stop.
Even won a challenge with it.
Yeah, he recently, like a month ago or like 2 months ago, he won a Modern Challenge with it. He top-8'd the Modern Challenge last week or the week before, actually. I think he lost in the semifinals. So the deck is very, very real, and it's very interesting and very insightful to hear Punt talk about every single card decision in his deck. Nothing is random. Every card that's there has a purpose, and he has chosen it because he has a very, very good reason to have done it. He tries multiple things, and he always, kind of is very good at picking, okay, so this works here, this works over there. In this matchup, it's better if I do this. So yeah, the deck has been evolving for a while, and he's very, very good at playing it.
He's very, very good at playing it. I definitely agree with that. And he's the pioneer in this particular variant of Amulet Titan. The big question mark I have with his list, and I know he's defended it on the Discord, is, I think it might hurt him in this particular matchup, is a lack of a Jukabog main board. Bojuka Bog is a card that Amulet Titan players love in using, having main board graveyard hate that is repeatable thanks to the bounce lands, but not having it in this particular version in the main board might hurt Punt against Izzet Phoenix here.
Yeah, for sure. That is definitely a big loss. In post-board games, we're also going to see the lack of Cavernous Souls be a little. It could be a little bit problematic. But again, as I was saying, Punt has reasons for every single one of these decisions. It's not random that he's not playing Bojuka Bog. It's that he really values the fixing in this version of the deck. This version of the deck plays way more like a combo deck instead of more of like a mid-range toolboxy deck. So like the way that he plays this deck is certainly different than the way that I play Amulet and the way that I build Amulet. But again, every decision has a reason, you know.
Absolutely. He needs those blue mana sources to be able to cast those Serum Visions and for be able to cast Tolaria West. The Amulet Bloom Titan version is really built around casting a turn 1 Lotus Bloom and then building up to get a turn 4 Hive Mind or a Prime Time and being able to spend those middle turns interacting with your opponent with Engineered Explosives, casting Ancient Stirrings, setting up your next few turns draws with Serum Visions, and kind of getting ahead so you can actually absolutely spend your third turn just Tolaria Westing for a Pact so then you can win with Hive Mind, or so you can cast Prime Time once those Lotus Blooms come off.
Precisely. So yeah, we're probably going to see way more of a combo approach from him. Now, in the face of Phoenix, he continues telling me that he has a very, very good Phoenix matchup, and he has had very, very good results against Phoenix. Against this particular list, one card that I've been having trouble with from the Amulet part is Area of Flame. The addition of this card really made Phoenix a force to be reckoned with. I think that it's probably the biggest upgrade that Phoenix has received ever, basically, because you rely a lot on Engineered Explosives in order to clear the thing in the ices. And before they would play Pyromancer's Ascensions, which was also a 2-mana card. So it was very convenient, right? You, instead of you just destroying their thing in the ice, you destroy their thing in the ice and their Pyromancer's Ascension.
You wipe their entire board.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Also, Pyromancer's Ascension is way easier to control in terms of using Bojuka Bog in order to, kind of keep it at bay. And now we don't have that anymore. Now, the moment that the Phoenix player plays an Area of Flame, you'd better answer it somehow, because you're very likely to die next turn.
It's a good thing Punt will already be bringing in Reclamation Sage to deal with those sideboard Blood Moons that Izzet Phoenix has.
Yeah.
Now, I know Blood Moon is a very difficult card for primetime decks to answer, but luckily Punt does have those 4 Lotus Blooms, which can give him colored mana. Now, Francisco, real quick, who do you think is going to win this match and why?
So as I was saying, Punt tells me that he has a very strong Phoenix matchup, and he is just a very, very good player. So I'm gonna go vote for him. He's also on Team Ice, so that also works to my favor.
That's why I'm wearing blue tonight.
Yeah, I'm wearing black, sorry.
So I think game 1, this will be very even, and specifically because PuntThenWhine does not have that Bojuka Bog main to slow down the fast Phoenix draws. But I do think post-board with the Slaughter Packs and with the Rex Sage, the Dismembers, I do think that this should be favored post-board for the Bloom Titan player. Let's see how this... Oh.
Yeah, I would agree with that, basically. That's what I want to say.
All right, well, let's see how this plays out.
All right, let's see it.
Now I know what it feels like to be a middle schooler wandering into a master's class by mistake. That's what I just felt like as St. Doom and Francisco were really schooling us all on the various builds of Titan, Amulet Titan, what it can look like, and how they play out differently. In fact, Francisco, I think this is one of the matches that I'm going to say something unique for. I'm more excited for getting to sideboards than I might be to actually watch the match played. And I'll share with everybody why, if they don't know, coming up. PuntThenWhine, you're seeing his feed for Team Ice, as Team Ice are our hosts this week, week 2 of the Modern Streamers League. Team Ice already up 7 matches to 4, and we see the strong start. You talked about it, an opportunity to go Amulet Bloom, but looks like a mulligan for PuntThenWhine, but he's got the key card, and that's Amulet.
Yeah, Amulet, unlike what people think sometimes, people think that, the deck is called Amulet, right? So they need Amulet to win. That's very much not the case, and that's even more true with this version of the deck, because Lotus Bloom provides so much mana that it's very easy to make it to 6 mana on turn 4, which is exactly what Amulet wants. I always say that the deck should not be called Amulet; it should be called Titan, because that is really the key card. That is what the deck is all about, and if you don't have that, you can't win. While if you don't have Amulet, you can very easily win anyway.
2 Summoners packs and the namesake Titan in hand right now for PuntThenWhine. Cat Light, on the other hand, she came off of an impressive win over Dredge last week. She is 1-0 coming into this matchup. PuntThenWhine 0-1 after his loss to Dido on Grixis Shadow a week ago. And Francisco, Cat Light comes in on a bit of a hot streak, not just the win in week 1 here on the Modern Streamers League, but her team that played at the Star City Games Philadelphia team tournament over the weekend. They came in 22nd as she was joined by, I believe, it was Brandon Dolloway and Stephen Dykeman in that finish. And Cat played, of course, the modern seat, played Blue-Red Phoenix. And the only difference is she opted for no Lava Dart there. She's got 1 in this setup for the Modern Streamers League and 1 less Aria of Flame because of it.
Yeah, I mean, Cat is a very good player. Everybody knows her for being basically one of the best Spirits players in the world. But I guess that she is not so much into the Spirits anymore. But yeah, as we can see, one thing that we didn't go over there, which happened, is Punt tanked for a while there before actually going ahead and packed him for an Azusa. Which set him up exactly to have enough mana to pay for pack this turn. And if the Azusa doesn't die, which it does, okay, good for Cat, because otherwise she was in a lot of trouble right there. Because that Azusa was going to give him enough mana to cast the Primeval Titan this turn.
So no Karoo lands right now to take advantage of the Amulet.
Well, the Vesuva actually acts as a Karoo land, and that's what I was trying to say. Like, if the Azusa had survived, now Punt would have been able to. I mean, he drew the same growth chamber, obviously, but he would have been able to play the Vesuva 3 times, copying the Golgari Rot farm, and he would have been able to play a Titan right there.
This is going to give him the opportunity for it, though, if he goes with growth chamber here.
Yeah. Yeah, so what he's doing right here is he is setting up for next turn. He has a Lotus Bloom coming up this coming turn, and he is going to go nuts. But what he does is he's trying to set up probably to attack for 16 this coming turn, or to have extra blue mana in order to transmute. Because he's going to be interested in that. That's why he copied the Aether Hub with the Vesuva instead of something else, because he really cares about the color of the mana. I really do like his position. No Phoenixes from Cat. I actually thought that Punt might be in trouble being on the draw against Phoenix, but her draw just did not come together particularly well, to be honest.
And now we're seeing the Bloom come off Suspend, and this is where the deck has a chance to go wild, but is his hand set up to go wild with it with Summoner's Pack and a Titan?
Oh, he has a Titan. That's all he's really looking for here. How he's going to set up this turn is going to be interesting. He's doing some math and he's trying to see how much he can protect his next turn. Because as we were saying before, he does not have access to Bojuka Bog, but he has access to 2 Pact of Negations. So he might be interested in trying to set one of those up in order to help protect his Titan or to prevent Cat from doing her thing.
Titan now, and what will PuntThenWhine pick up here? You mentioned no Bojuka Bog, so that's a more complex line, because Bojuka Bog here I think would just be an automatic slam in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really see the Cat's graveyard, but I think there was a Faithless Suiting in there, and Punt definitely wants to prevent her from, drawing a bunch of, fixing her hand, basically. What we're going to see here for sure is he's going to get a Boros Garrison or some lands. He can also do that thanks to Gemstone Mine. And he's going to use Slayer Stronghold in order to give his Primeval Titan +2/+0 and haste. This is one of the, Amulet is just such a beautiful deck. We can fetch 2 lands, which is like the Stronghold and the Boros Garrison, which taps for the exact mana that you need in order to activate the Stronghold. Everything just works beautifully. Now we're going to see him get Civic Ghost Chamber and Tolaria West, which conveniently they tapped for the mana that you need to transmute the Tolaria West. It's just a thing of beauty. And we're definitely going to see that right now. Oh, he's choosing to set up a second Titan. This is interesting, yeah.
What I was wondering when I saw the Summoner's Pact at the beginning of the turn, did he have enough to go for the kill on this turn?
No, he had enough to attack for 16, but that was definitely not lethal, so this line is obviously way better. Now Cat needs to deal with 2 6/6 Primeval Titans, which he apparently can't.
She'll toss in the Phoenix after looking at that turn from PuntThenWhine. PuntThenWhine's deck looking much better here in week 2 of the Modern Streamers League. He really had a rough go of it in his loss to Dido and Grixis Shadow last week, as Dido just had everything he needed, it seemed like, in every moment of that match. His spells uncounterable for 1 mana, not giving PuntThenWhine much of an opportunity, but a much different story here so far in week 2. And I said a moment ago, I was looking forward to sideboarding in this matchup. That's because we have our guest Francisco with us here this evening on the Modern Streamers League, who wrote the sideboard guide for Amulet Titan. Now, you mentioned that PuntThenWhine's list is a little more combo-oriented than what you put together. How different is the sideboard choices that you make and the process of how you look at other decks than the guide that you initially laid down?
Oh, it's very, very, very different. I have actually written so far, I think, 4 different sideboard guides. Amulet is a deck that is in constant evolution. In part, it's my fault, but the deck just basically changes week in and week out. And basically the sideboard, I experiment with different sideboard cards. I experiment with different lists. We were playing Devoted Druid like 2 weeks ago because Hogak was, broken. And Devoted Druid was the best thing that we can do in order to combat Hogak. And I have been, personally, I just love Karn in Amulet. That's why, that's the list that I submitted for the MSL for sure. And the approach that each deck has to sideboarding is very, very, very different. So each one of the sideboard guides that I wrote they go in quite deep. They are like 50 pages each or something like that. And I not only talk about which cards to bring in and which cards to take out, but also why and how you should approach the matchup in order to get the most out of it, of course. So as we can see, for example, one card that I would bring against Phoenix in my current list is Hornet Queen, which Punt is not even considering here. And a big reason for that is what I was saying before. Like, this deck plays way more like a combo deck than a mid-range deck. Hornet Queen is an amazing stabilizing tool. Stabilizing. And Punt doesn't want that. Punt wants Cat dead. So he's going to try to go for that. And his sideboarding is basically a ways to stop her from killing him. And eventually he will get there. That is the way that he thinks about it.
With information being fully known right now, the deck lists were revealed once week 1 started, and they won't change until after week 5. Is that advantage for Punt or advantage for Cat?
It's a little bit of both. For example, at some point, Phoenix lists were not running Blood Moon. So, Rex Sage is a terrible card if you draw it, or even worse, Nature's Claim. They are terrible cards if you draw them against the Phoenix deck, right? Because they don't really do anything at all. But now knowing that Cat is actually playing Blood Moon, knowing that Cat is playing Aria of Flame, now you just saw Punt snap off those 2 cards and just bring them into his main deck because he needs them. He knows that he needs them. So it's much those cards become much more valuable now.
So the lead for Cat. She starts on the play here in game 2 with PuntThenWhine up 1-0 here. Round 2, week 2 of the Modern Streamers League. And right away, we're going to see the Vesuva come in and copy, give him both blue and red for his second turn.
Yeah, that's actually interesting that he chose to keep this hand. This seems slow, and this is again another example of why I think that his version of the deck plays much differently than the one that I usually play. This seemed like slow to me, but he seems confident enough that he's gonna be able to beat Cat with it. So, particularly on the draw, I would have mulliganed this if I were the one playing. But he again I cannot stress this enough. Punt is extremely good with this deck. He's so much better with this version of the deck than I am. So I always defer to his to his expertise. Now we're going to see something very cool, and I really like him doing this. He could have played a bounce land, right, which is a land that enters the battlefield tapped. So, you might think, well, I might as well just get this out of the way, right, and get my ATB tapped land right now, so I can untap with it next turn. But what he is doing is he's playing around Blood Moon. With a Blood Moon in play, if you play a bounce land, now you are behind the land drop. Now, if your opponent has a Blood Moon in play, you don't need to return a land card to your hand after you play the bounce land. So he can actually get ahead on mana by sequencing his lands in this fashion.
We see the Aria of Flame from Cat Light. The Aria of Flame math that we're starting to become very intimately familiar with. How does it sort of change the pace that you look at from the Titan point of view? Because you've got elected to go shields down, did PuntThenWhine, for a number of turns against a very aggressive, disruptive deck in Phoenix, and now Cat's landed Aria of Flame.
Yeah, we can see right here how Punt knows that he knows that he's dead to this Aria of Flame. He needs to answer it right now, and he is even putting himself dead to some kind of counter magic. Of course, something like that would destroy. Yeah, something that would destroy his artifact won't do enough, because he's still gonna be able to stack his triggers and make sure that the Lotus Bloom resolves before and he can get the mana before he actually the other spell resolves. But that's a very heads up play from him.
So now the mana to pay for the Summoner's Pact. He had to go for it for the Aria of Flame, but the backup Aria right now from Cat Light is really, I think, going to put a crimp on PuntThenWhine. He got game 1, but he had to spend that turn really paying for quite a bit of that Summoner's Pact. And so he's a little hamstrung right here, Francisco, about what he can accomplish in this attack for 2. Not great, but it's what's available to him.
Yeah, and here Cat goes with the Metamorphose. This is the card that single-handedly makes this card busted. This is really like the reason why Aria of Flame is such an incredible card in the Phoenix deck. He's gonna get she is going to get so much damage out of this Aria of Flame, and Punt knows it. And that's why he basically put himself kind of behind, honestly, in the previous turn in order to stop the Aria of Flame from destroying him. But he knew that a Titan was not going to be enough to stabilize against the Aria of Flame.
If you've ever worried about doing the Aria of Flame math, you don't have to be Dr. Frank Karsten to figure this one out. You have a deck that's interested in killing you quickly in Blue-Red Phoenix, willing to give its opponent 20 life in order to put an Aria of Flame on the board. That tells you how good that card can be in this deck. And right now, we've seen Cat Light really whittle down PuntThenWhine already. Here comes the Phoenix in for another 3. And I think Cat with 4 cards in her hand still, and she had the Faithless Looting a moment ago, and she seems to have things going her way. But this is a big turn for Punt, because he can start looking at Titans now.
Yeah, this is the turn right here. Cat needs to have the Abrade. It looks like she does have it. Yep. Punt knows. He's
going to lose it in his upkeep.
Yep, exactly. So Punt knows that now he is kind of in trouble. However, if he finds an Amulet here, he might be in okay shape. but it needs to be exactly Amulet off of these Ancient Stirrings, because he would be able to pact for an Azusa, play it, then play his lands 3 times, and the same play pattern that I explained earlier, in order to play a Primeval Titan. He was very unlucky, and he drew all 3 of the lands that you never want to draw with the deck, which are the Vesuva, the Slayer Stronghold, and the Sunhome. You want all of these cards to be in your deck when you're playing Amulet, so the fact that he drew all 3 of these is actually very, very unlucky, and might mess things up. Yeah, he even did find the Amulet right there. I wonder how he goes about things now.
And that's the line that's not obvious. I think for somebody who's never registered a Titan deck for an official tournament, you would think, okay, get the Amulet, spend the 1. Amulet comes in, I get 2 uses off of the bounce land, and I can get Titan. But that's actually incorrect. You mentioned it, Francisco. By using the Summoner's Pack, you can get both Azusa and Titan going right now. And that's a line that is putting much more pressure on your opponent.
Yeah, well, I guess I did the math incorrectly. I was 1 mana short, and that's why Punt didn't go for it. I was like, what is he doing there? And no, he's actually, when you're playing the game, it makes more sense. But yeah, he was exactly 1 mana short of playing a primetime there. I was doing my math as if he hadn't spent 1 mana on the Ancient Stirrings.
I'm putting a tally on your tally sheet, Francisco.
I know, right? I'm fired. See you guys.
Oh, you're allowed tonight. Now the Blood Moon coming down from Catlight. Now, how much does this change everything? Because we're going to see lands lose some of their super types, or rather lose types. Super types will stay, but Blood Moon resolved on the battlefield, and Punt not happy.
Oh no! This is just like the worst possible outcome. Under the new rules, Vesuva actually does not copy a land; it just enters the battlefield as nothing, basically. So this is like by far the worst possible outcome that Punt could have had. Kat's draw was excellent, and she really played this game extremely well. Choosing the right spot to tapping out for the Area of Flame. One thing that I want to stress out is it's very, very, very common to see, people get excited when they find the Blood Moon, and they're like, yeah, this is a haymaker against Amulet, so I'm just going like slam it on turn 3 and just win the game from there. If Kat had done that, she would have lost the game on the spot. But instead, she played the Area of Flame, which was a must-answer threat for Punt. And then she played the Blood Moon even two turns after, when it was truly devastating. After the Reclamation Sage had already been used, and now Punt is dead. Yeah. Area of Flame brought him from 40 to 0 in 2 turns.
Just the 1 hit by the Phoenix last turn, and that was the rest of the damage for the most part coming from Area of Flame. Now Kat's going to be put on the draw with this Bloom Titan deck. You mentioned it, acting as more of a combo deck. Is this on the play going to be that much of what puts Punt in a great spot, or is he just looking for Kat's hand to not be as strong?
I mean, a little bit of both, I guess. The matchup on the draw is probably better for Punt. Again, this is one of those situations where Kat is going to need to, and being aware of like the power and the potential of the Amulet, the Amulet deck. It's very, very valuable here, because, so he mulliganed that first hand
Quickly.
Yeah, very quickly, which I think it's correct. But yeah, being able to know when you can tap out, when you should tap out, and when you have to tap out in order to play your threats depends on how much knowledge you have of the deck, because you need to know how likely you are to be dead if you do so.
So Punt mulling over this maul. Will he stay with it?
Yeah, I think I would keep this hand.
You've got the Ancient Stirrings to work off of. You've got the interaction in the graveyard with Tormod's Crypt.
Yeah, I agree 100% with what Punt did there. I would have done exactly the same, which makes me feel very good about about playing his deck. Sweet.
And there's one case that can be made really for keeping this hand with Ancient Stirrings. Gemstone Mine normally might make you a little nervous because it comes in with the 3 gem counters. You have to use Run right away to get something down. But because lands are colorless, you can find them with Ancient Stirrings. So really not much risk, I would think, in keeping that Gemstone Mine hand and then looking for another land.
For sure. He was really, really looking for a bounce land there. That's the card that he really wanted to see. I think he's going to need to settle for this Gemstone Mine instead. Oh, he's going for the Amulet. That is very interesting. So he is basically setting up to be like, okay, if I find a bounce land, I will win the game. I guess that he does not like his chances on this small to 6, so he's going to go for broke.
Yeah, this is an extreme line that he's taking, one that is unlikely to pay off unless he gets a rip off the top, but one that certainly gives him a chance to win when he was put at a disadvantage because of a mulligan right away in this game. Do you think he was sort of backed into this corner, or was there another route?
Personally, I'm just a chicken. I really am a coward, and I always go for the most
Safe.
The safest place. I understand like his concept though. I understand his idea here of like, okay, like I'm probably behind here. I need things to go my way if I'm going to win this game. And I am going to try to set myself up in the best possible way in order to make that happen.
Oof. The team's doing well so far to try and pull back. Team Fire trying to get back into this one. They're trailing 7 matches to 4. Team Ice looking for a second consecutive win, but here we are in game 3, and it's the risky line that Francisco, just telling us PuntThenWhine, decided to take. Will it pay off? He finds a not bounce land, but it wasn't much but a faithless looting look from Kat on her turn. So right away, both players setting up for probably a couple of turns from now before we see the real fireworks.
Yeah, exactly. Punt is going to use this turn to just play out both amulets. I guess that Kat is thinking about using Force of Negation on this amulet, which Punt would be ecstatic about. He would love for that to happen.
He has another amulet, but it pulls him back into a card-for-card match after his mulligan.
Exactly. And each card less that Kat has, it makes it less likely to bring back both of those phoenixes that she has in the graveyard. That's like the absolute best opener that Kat would have had right there.
Since she didn't go for the Force of Negation on the first amulet, do you let the second one go automatically, or is there merit to saying, okay, one's fine, but I'm not going to let you have 2?
Well, the way that I see it is like first amulet is good, second amulet is busted.
So I go ahead and Force of Negation this one.
Unless she has at least one Abrade, I think that she needs to do something about this amulet. She might just have an Abrade, and then of course that's much better than costing herself 2 cards from the Force of Negation. But
and we know she put them in because we saw an absolutely key Abrade in game 2 on the upkeep when Bloom came off suspend.
Is that a 3rd Phoenix? I think
we just saw a 3rd Phoenix off the Thought Scour.
Oof. All right, Punt is in a lot of trouble here. If he finds a bounce land, he might win, but well, I mean, that is actually
get him out of the yard though.
Yeah,
do that with a couple of mana here. Now this deck is set up to do just this, but it's not all just redundant card draw spells.
Yeah, so I guess that the Phoenixes are gonna come back next turn. Okay, that's actually not a bad draw, because now he gets to play around Force of Negation, which he couldn't do before.
Nowhere else to go on this turn, though, other than another amulet.
Just play the amulet and pass a turn. This is when, if Kat does have the Blood Moon, she is going to just like play it out right now and not think about it.
Sure, he's missed land drops, and you take away, you mentioned it because of the new ruling, you take away some of the outs with Basuva and so forth. So a Blood Moon here is just devastating.
Yeah, Blood Moon here would be pretty much game over, especially if she does actually have the Force of Negation. If she forces the Lotus Bloom that's coming off suspend right here, she basically just wins on the spot. But she did not have the Moon.
The Bloom is going to give PuntThenWhine a chance here once he looks at the top of the deck.
Okay, so she did have the Abrade.
That's back-to-back games. She's had the Abrade the turn that the Bloom has come off suspend.
Yeah, that's been pretty good. She's been pretty good about throwing that on time.
But right now, I think if I'm Team Fire and I'm watching my teammate Cat Light play and say, we're down 7-4, and yeah, you're doing well of playing the control role right now, but you haven't put PuntThenWhine under any pressure whatsoever yet. Yes, you have triple Phoenix in the graveyard, so that can turn around in a hurry, but you can't give these Titan decks turn after turn after turn and think you're going to be able to keep them off balance.
All right, so she decides that this is the turn that she needs to tap out. And if Punt draws a bounce land here, nope. That would have been great. Yeah, if at any point, now, the good thing that now if he draws any bounce land, including the Boros Garrison, he's going to win. Whereas before, the Boros Garrison just didn't do it. Now any bounce land just wins the game on the spot. However, he needs to survive, though.
It starts the ticker on Aria of Flame. And PuntThenWhine, you see the wry smile on his face. He knows it's not guaranteed that he's going to be in much of a position when he untaps.
Yeah, for sure. He's not that likely to get there. Like, he has at most one more draw step. And if he does find the bounce land, he might just win on just a single turn. But if he does not, then I would put him 100% dead the next turn. So that Lotus Bloom is not going to come off suspend.
We're in Game 3, Match 2, second week of the Modern Streamers League. Cat Light looking for a way to contain the explosive power of Amulet Bloom in the hands of PuntThenWhine and find a win here in Game 3 on both sideboarded games. PuntThenWhine just looking to put the pieces together. He missed a couple of land drops, Francisco, early in this game, and that has him behind after a mulligan despite the triple amulet that we see on board. He hasn't been able to get any benefit out of those.
Exactly, and that's what I was saying, that people oftentimes overvalue the amulet when they play against, well, the deck Amulet. And it's a very common mistake that I run into all the time. Like, people trying extra hard to get rid of my amulets when they are just, like, for example, just spell piercing my amulet instead of my ancient stirrings, and then, like, that was actually the relevant spell. I was missing land drops, and that's the card that I really wanted to resolve. So it is one of those things that takes a lot of practice to play against this deck.
Cat Light deciding to go with the Faithless Looting after the Manamorphose turn here. What does she have up her sleeve? Can she trigger the Aria enough times to make those Phoenixes lethal? She's got 3 of them that have been in the graveyard, including 2 she put there on the first turn of the game, and we haven't seen them leap out of the yard yet. Yeah,
this is just brutal. Punt is just... Yeah, I don't think he's going to get to survive to see next turn. If Cat is able to bring all those 3 Phoenix back, that's basically, that's probably 27 damage. I haven't even done the math. I don't even want to try, but yeah, he's probably dead.
9 for the Phoenixes would put you at 18. You've got Aria of Flame already on 2. Throw a lightning bolt in there somewhere, and that's probably it.
Yep. Yeah, this is not looking good for Punt. Again, I want to stress the fact that at this point, Punt had even any land that enters the battlefield tapped last turn would have gave him the win, because any land that enters tapped and taps 3 times. So he probably had something like 20-something potential draws that would have given him the game right there, plus 4 redraws in the form of stirrings.
And that's going to be it.
Yeah, that's going to be it. All the Phoenixes are coming back, and he's dead.
Really going to need the attack step from 27 life for PuntThenWhine. Cat dealing 24 before attackers were announced. before the Phoenixes left out of the graveyard. Aria of Flame, pretty good, and we didn't even really see it at its most combo powerful with Promise of Power that a lot of these decks have adopted, which the math gets absolutely ridiculous when you put those two things together. PuntThenWhine going to fall in 2 post-board games to Blue-Red Phoenix, and Team Fire gets on the scoreboard here this evening with a 2-1 win for Cat Light over PuntThenWhine. Cat now 2-0 in the Modern Streamers League. PuntThenWhine 0-2, and this has been an absolute masterclass that was headed by Francisco here alongside me for this look at Titan. Francisco, we're going to see you play your version of Karn Amulet Titan coming up on Wednesday night. Your teammate, St. Doom, who we got the forecast of Doom you guys teamed up on before this one, he'll play his Druid Titan deck coming up on Wednesday night as well. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. Thanks for the insight specifically on this. I learned a ton, and it was great to have you along.
Anytime. One thing I wanted to point out, how Punt made the correct play of activating Stronghold to give his opponent's Phoenix an extra 2 power. Tight play. Now, we're going to keep hanging out with Francisco this evening for the next couple of rounds. We're going to see Dido take on Davius. This one is going to be a lot of fun. 2 big contrasting styles deck with 5-color Nev Mizzet Reborn taking on Grixis Shadow. After that, it's going to be the Abzan Showdown. Should be a lot of fun to see some more creatures on deck. And then we're going to be joined by Guano Maestro coming up a little bit later this evening as Blue-White Control, his buddy with the dirty laundry, is going to take on Cyrus corman-gill. I'll let Guano explain that to you if you weren't here for it last week on the Modern Streamers League. We're brought to you in part by both our friends at Card Hoarder and at Card Kingdom. They make this possible, and your generosity makes the whole fundamental premise of the Modern Streamers League revolve throughout this first season, and that is an opportunity to open yourselves up to charity. Each team is playing for a charity that is close to one of them for some reason. Team Ice, who's been in the lead, they are up 7 matches to 5. They're playing for the Cancer Research Institute. You can find out more about them. And Team Fire's charity partner for this, A21, they are playing to end human trafficking worldwide. Information on both, if you have the opportunity to donate, is up on our Twitch page for the Modern Streamers League. Coming up, we'll have another look at the forecast of doom to set us up for round 3 on night 1 of week 2. This is the Modern Streamers League. All right.
Are you ready for phase 1? one.
Welcome to the Forecast of Doom. In this match, we have 5-color Niv Mizzet, run by DaviusMinimus, and we have Grixis Death Shadow, run by Dido. Now, Grixis Death Shadow looks like it's actually built to beat big mana decks, and at its core, 5-color Niv Mizzet is kind of like a big mana deck. The key cards main board coming out of 5-color Niv Mizzet are all of the removal spells to slow down the tempo deck Grixis Death Shadow. So that would be 2 Teferis, 1 Decay, 1 Ajani, 2 Trophy, 1 Dismember, 1 Detention Sphere, 4 Lightning Helix, and the most key card here is Fiery Justice. For those who don't know, that's a 3-mana spell, which gives your opponent 5 life, and then you get to deal 5 damage directly as you choose. That is a spell that lets you kill both a Gurmag Angler and a Death Shadow. That card is going to be a very key card for Niv Mizzet. On Grixis Death Shadow's end, Stubborn Denial to counter that removal spell, getting a fast threat like a Death Shadow or a Gurmag Angler, and Thoughtseize to completely disrupt the slower deck's game plan. Out of the sideboard, the 5-color Niv Mizzet deck has Supreme Verdict, which cannot be Stubborn Denialed. And Grixis Death Shadow has a Liliana of the Veil, which it may want to run to kind of make a longer game plan if necessary. Now, I'd say that Grixis Death Shadow is favored here, but again, this 5-color deck can do wonderful, wonderful things. Let's see how this plays out.
This is the match I have been looking forward to the most this evening. Sean Seacrease for the Modern Streamers League, along with Francisco, our guest analyst here this evening. Francisco, this is one of 2 matchups we have tonight of players that went 1-0 in their first week on the Modern Streamers League. We have Dido, who's 1-0 on Death Shadow, and of course, DaviusMinimus, who's 1-0 with the 5-color Niv Mizzet deck. You're a big mana guy at heart. This 5-color Niv Mizzet deck has to intrigue you, I imagine.
Big time. I have been talking to Davius. He's been working on this deck for months now. He is constantly updating us with, I've been trying this card, I've been messing around with this other one, this one overperformed, this one underperformed, so I've been tinkering, and he really has a spicy number right over here.
And I have to believe this is a deck that Team Fire probably didn't see coming, and the easy answers for positively interacting with it are most likely going to be things that we're used to in Modern. We're going to see Thoughtseize right here. That can really pick apart key cards. And then there's just flat out hoping that Davius doesn't have his mana. We saw that haunt him a little bit last week, but he was able to get over the hump. Anytime you're trying to put a 5-color mana base together, even with fetches and shocks, it doesn't always roll out smooth for you.
For sure. Also, I mean, Death Shadow, it's a brutally efficient deck. It is basically everything is as efficient as it allowed to be in Modern. And not only that, but Dido is probably the best Death Shadow player in the world. He's been grinding this deck for a long time, and you always see him at the top of the leaderboard. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when. But if you're looking at the Modern lists, you're gonna find Dido's game for sure.
Well, right now we see Davius with Lightning Helix up, but 3 damage. That might not be enough to protect him. You're looking at a big Death Shadow. You're looking at Gurmag Angler. 3 might not be relevant in those cases. Let's see how this plays out. Serum Visions from Dido. And now back to DaviusMinimus.
Yeah, this is gonna be kind of like Davius's chance, is like the fact that Dido is not able to find a threat quickly. If the game gets to the really late game, we're going to start to see cards like this, like Bloodbraid Elf, cards that really are just really good in terms of the amount of value that they provide. And that is because the Death Shadow deck does not have any card advantage, right? It's just the advantage that it relies on is the tempo advantage, being able to play many spells while their opponents are not able to cast their spells. So for sure, if we get to the really late game, I think that Davius is going to be able to get there. However, I don't think that's going to be particularly likely.
Well, key right now, if you're Davius, is you have up the mana for both Lightning Helix and for Assassin's Trophy. One of those can answer smaller threats or give you some tempo, because this Death Shadow deck does like to do damage to itself. And then, of course, Assassin's Trophy can answer any problem for the low cost of giving your opponent a land.
Low cost indeed.
At this point, Shadow probably doesn't care if it has a 5th land. So that seems almost irrelevant at some point.
As you can see right now, that is exactly the card that Dido takes. And now he does drop the Shadow, and he's representing the removal spell. He's representing the counter spell, sorry. That is what the Death Shadow does. They exactly. As you can see, their counter magic is very efficient. And now Davius kind of needs to peel here.
He's got the Bloodbraid Elf to give him 2 things. Now, of course, he can't predict what the second one's going to be, but a Bloodbraid Elf on defense may allow him the turn to just burn out his opponent here with already 1 Lightning Helix. We'll see how he wants to go about this.
Yeah, it's very interesting how Davius is going to sequence his plays right here. Possibly the best card that he can find is either a Niv Mizzet or maybe the Fire Confluence would be kind of great here. Yeah, that could be pretty good. Bring to Light is also, well, that's kind of like every single card in his deck.
Bird of Paradise was not high on the list, I don't think.
Nope, definitely not.
That's the downside of putting Birds to Paradise in your deck.
All right. Yeah, the card that he wants to see here, probably that one's not very good. Probably he wants to see something like Abrupt Decay. Yeah, imagine he's going to pull up the...
And this is the other part of totally known information. Your opponent can get an HD view of your deck.
Mm-hmm.
All you got to do is pull it up on ModernStreamersLeague.com, and you can get it on the Twitch page as well, of course.
Huh. Interesting that he chooses to go for the Team War Battle Rage. I guess that he thinks that the threat is already on the table, so there's like not much use in trying to like stop future Death Shadows or Gourmet Anglers, and he just...
Well, the Battle Rage takes away the quick kill here.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I expect Guido to use the K command right now. Making sure that probably discarding the Lightning Helix from Davius's hand, unless he finds... Can he bring something back? Not really. He only has a straight Wraith. Yeah, so it's probably going to kill the Bloodbraid, I guess. And make him discard. Yep.
Seems like a strong play to take away both sources of damage that your opponent has.
Yep,
and
for sure.
Sitting on a 5/5 Death Shadow against an 0/1 bird.
Oh yeah, so I guess there was a Gourmet Angler there that I didn't see. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. And I imagine that this card is the other mode. Should have not played birds.
Davius with a quick sense of humor would have protected. That's true. That
I mean, yeah, you probably shouldn't have.
And now, Dido makes me look bad because I said that. Really, do you care for a fifth land at this point if you're Death Shadow, because they're so efficient? Francisco, you talked about that, the most efficient cards that Modern allows you to have. Of course, K Commands works on a different line of efficiency, but we see here now getting to 5 is going to give him the opportunity to get the Gurmag back.
Yeah, I mean, K Command is a 2-for-1 for 3 mana. You can't really do much better than that in Modern. I guess Red and 6 now gives you a multiple for 1 for only 2 mana, but before that, I mean, we have 1 mana 7/7, 1 mana 5/5, 1 mana negate. Yeah, that's Death Shadow right there.
Now this is going to be the Gurmag. Now
Yeah.
He's got one lethal threat and one that could very well be lethal.
Yeah, that one is not gonna cut it. He does get the push at least. Definitely bottom in that plains. I would imagine that he's not gonna attack here, and I guess that what he needs to draw is the Niv Mizzet.
That would seem like where he wants to be.
Mm-hmm. That is most likely he's out.
Yeah, trade with Gurmag Angler or Death Shadow, and that's going to be trouble. You see Davius just hands folded on his head as he is going to concede here in game 1. Death Shadow just too brutally efficient in order to allow the big mana 5 deck to really get on board. And we see Davius checking his opponent's deck before going to sideboarding here. And this is going to be a case where he's got a chance to play around some things.
Yep, he just got Death Shadowed, and that is something that happens very often to me. I run into the queues against Dido all the time, and yeah, my record against him is not very good.
Well, on some level, Dido functions like the fun police, because you see Davius, he's trying to have fun here, and Dido's saying, absolutely not. I'm going to play 8/8s for 1. I'm going to play uncounterable counterspells for 1. And we're just going to make this all about brutal efficiency. And if the game is about brutal efficiency, the Niv Mizzet deck isn't going to be able to play that game for very long. Now, if we get to turn 8, 9, or 10, and now Niv Mizzet can come into play as a 5/5 flyer and draw 6 cards, that's where Davius wants to be.
Precisely, yeah. He, as we can see here, he's adding a bunch of different value cards. This is something very smart. He is bringing in, instead of having creatures and having his mana be reliant on creatures, he is bringing in the Save Right quest, which is not precisely Modern staple, but it's a card that Davius is playing, which fetches for forest or plains, which effectively, he has a bunch of forests of plains. So yeah, it's more reliable mana. That is what he's afraid, that Dido is going to attack his mana and he's not going to allow him to play his big spells.
And when you're relying on Safe Right Quest in a deck that plays 5 colors, that you pair your shock lands so that you can get whatever you want for forest or plains. So it actually is going to do more than give him forest or plains. It's going to give him access to the entire color wheel if he can pick those up. So what you trade in speed, you sort of pick up in reliability, knowing that if you see that Safe Right Quest, you're going to be able to pick up the colors you want.
Yeah, and something actually kind of funny that happened. I ran into Davius the other day on the queues, and he went turn 1 Pillar of the Parents, and he taps it for mana, and I'm like, what? How? And then he plays the Save Right quest. I'm like, oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. It is a multicolor spell after all, huh?
Comball coming in, and we'll see it. But this is a slow hand if you're Davius. He's got the Safe Right quest, but after that, it's a 3-drop, a 3-drop, and a 4-drop. Can you afford to let Death Shadow get off to a fast start while you're sitting on some powerful 3s and 4s, but 3s and 4s?
Yeah, one thing that I wanna point out though is Davius drew his Grove of the Burn Willows. This card is extremely powerful in the matchup. It allows you to have control over the Death Shadow sizes. To an extent, of course, sometimes, again, the deck is built around, dealing themselves a lot of damage, so you can only have so much control over that. But it allows you to, have some kind of control and make sure that your opponent's Death Shadow don't grow out of proportion too quickly. So I think that that is a big reason why Davius just kept his hand.
The Thoughtseize won't be able to go after the mana, but we'll see Dido go after whatever he thinks is most important. Does he want to trade for no, he's going to take the Bloodbraid Elf. I thought maybe the Comball would be threatening enough.
Well, I think that Dido, because of the Grove, Dido thinks that he's not going to be able to aggro Davius out. So he's trying to get the late game bombs, right? Get the 2-for-1s, which Davius's deck is flushed with. So that's why he goes after the Bloodbraid Elf, even though something like a combo might sound very enticing.
And we saw in the first game that Davius has Overgrown Tomb in the deck, so he does, off the Heath, have all 5 colors if he needs it next turn. We'll see where he elects to go. And even with nothing to play, can he give his opponent a life? And this is what you talked about, trying to control some of the size of those Death Shadows early before he can get to his big cards in the mid-game.
That's very interesting, and that's something that I'm not sure I agree with. Davius chose to not give Dido life. I don't think that with his current hand he's going to be able to raise a Death Shadow. I mean, you kind of have to do what you can, and, this is not looking good for Davius here. Maybe he actually made the correct choice.
So the Helix would put Dido to 1, turn off the fetch lands, but a chance to bring the light in the next turn if he would so choose. You have to go for 1 fetch land here to set up your mana base. You've got 1 to give away to the Lily. So this is an interesting spot for both players.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy here. Davius, this Liliana is really putting Davius in a clutch. Does he hold the land so he can cast the Ring to Light? Does he play around Stubborn Denial so he discards the Ring to Light itself and develops his mana? What's the play here, right? Like there's a bunch of different options. Does he want to fire the Helix at Dido's face? Because Dido knows about the Helix, right? So he willingly chose to go down to 4. It's very, very interesting, and you can see that the decision is not easy for Davius.
Yeah, Dido saw the Helix off of the Thoughtseize when he elected to go for the Bloodbraid Elf. So he must be comfortable with where he's at right now, mana-wise, that he doesn't need something in a hurry. And now we'll see that Lightning Helix.
Yeah, and of course he's doing this before the Corman-gill comes into play, so that Dido cannot just Stubborn Denial the Bring to Light, the Lightning Helix. However, now that he did find the land that he was missing, he might have actually been very happy if Dido tapped out for that Lightning Helix.
Does Dido have it here? 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, one of those needs to be a Stubborn Denial, otherwise he's dead. Let's see if he has it. Corman-gill is going to make a quick work of Davius otherwise. Yeah, he does.
It is a huge Stubborn Denial. Down to 1 card in hand. Dido had it the whole way.
Yeah, never didn't have it.
And now Davius is just flat playing off the top of the deck with Liliana ticking up each turn.
So not looking good. One important thing, and this is why I think that Dido is very smart. He did not tick up to Liliana. Davius had 0 cards in hand, and I guess that his cards in hand are more valuable to him than to have the Liliana survive. So that's a good draw right there.
That's a great draw.
So now it's gonna force Dido into doing something. Ooh, yeah, let it go. Let it go. No. What are you doing, Davius? No. Davius, what? No.
With Snapcaster on the stack.
Yeah, why did he do that? If he had let the Snapcaster resolve, choose a target.
Then he would know the play around it.
Exactly. So he can still let that go and force. If he targets the Stubborn Denial, he can make him wait one more turn, basically. He can make him waste one more mana on the following turn. Mm-hmm. All right. Didn't get there. And in the end, he flooded up a little bit.
Showing its brutal teeth right now in a victory over 5-color Nev Mizzet. I was looking forward to that one all night. As I said, 2 undefeated players in the Modern Streamers League, 2 vastly different takes on what's powerful in Modern, and a huge outcome right now as Team Fire picks up 2 wins in a row thanks to Cat Light in our last round, and now Dido coming off with the follow-up victory. And this is getting close again, Francisco. Is it time to go give KoDiamonds a pep talk before round 4?
Oof, yeah, he really needs to carry us. We're falling a little bit behind. But yeah, I mean, this basically played out as expected. Grixis Shadow, it's not messing around, right? This is not a deck that will give you the chance to set up and get your pieces moving. It's gonna kill you. You'd better either kill them before they do, or get your stuff going really, really quickly. And we saw exactly that.
Efficiency of execution that time by Dido and Team Fire as they make it 2-1 on the night. Team Fire, they want a lopsided number at the end of the night to try and make up for the ground that Team Ice carved out in week 1 here on the Modern Streamers League. The Modern Streamers League brought to you by Card Hoarder and Card Kingdom. You want to play Magic digitally or face-to-face, they've got you covered either way. Card Hoarder online on Moto, and of course Card Kingdom. And whenever you want cardboard to add to your collection or for your latest creation, be like Davius. Brew in whatever format you love. Modern, hopefully, and you can pick up all those cards that you need from Card Hoarder and from Card Kingdom. Coming up, Francisco's going to stick around for one more. We've got the Forecast of Doom next. He'll break down the matchup between Garrett Martin, that is an Abzan Coco field list, against KoDiamonds for Team Ice. That's the Abzan mid-range list. This is going to be an Abzan on Abzan bloodbath. We'll see it next in round 4 of week 2 of the Modern Streamers League.
Are you ready for phase 1?
this is Sean, one of your hosts of the MSL, and this is Extra Turns, where we get to know the players in the Modern Streamers League. Let's go extra turns with Matt Hurley of Team Fire. Matt, it can be a real grind playing Magic over the long term. What keeps you coming back to the game?
The people and new cards. There's always new cards coming out, and it's a great way to meet people that have a common interest.
What's something that people who know you through Magic don't know about you in your personal life that you'd want them to?
I was actually in the Army for 12 years, and so I am actually a veteran.
You only get to play one color of Magic for the rest of your career. What color are you picking?
Black.
What is your favorite food to get after you go 0-3 drop?
I don't like any sweets or ice cream. I love to eat rice cakes afterwards and granola bars, because that's usually what I have in my bag.
Final question on Extra Turns with Matt Hurley. Matt, you're playing Modern in the Modern Streamers League. Have you confided in your teammates that you're really a legacy guy?
I'm more of a legacy guy, so I'm going to play something off the wall. As of right now, about 9 decks that I have to choose between that I've been posting in there so people can judge me for them.
Extra Turns on the Modern Streamers League.
Welcome to the Forecast of Doom. This is a match I am very, very excited about. We have Kevin on Abzan Midrange, a deck near and dear to my heart. Abzan Traverse was a deck that Kevin and I started talking about a long, long time ago with our pal Andrew. And we have Garrett on Abzan Company, another deck that I am very, very excited about. And I've actually talked with Garrett quite a bit about Abzan Company Finks. The key card here, and both main and sideboard matchups, is actually on Abzan Midrange side. That key card is Scavenging Ooze, because Scavenging Ooze shuts off the entire ground plan for the Collected Company deck. It completely shuts off Eternal Witness Loops, Kitchen Finks Persist, and Revelark. Now, having one card that does all that means that Garrett is probably going to be prioritizing his sideboard removal spells specifically to be hitting Scavenging Ooze so he can try to outgrind Abzan Midrange with his 2-for-1s. Now, obviously, Abzan Company has a whole combo associated with it, but Abzan Midrange has a lot of removal spells, Hand Disruption, and Liliana of the Veil to attack the deck. So I doubt that Garrett will be able to get any fast combos out in this particular matchup. He might get a slow, really late game combo, but that's kind of just a inevitability. He's really going to probably trying to grind out these matches. I don't know who's favored here, so this should be a very fun one to watch. Let's see how it plays out.
Grease along with Francisco as we get set for this Abzan headbutting contest, I think is the only easy way to describe this one, Francisco. The Purple Mage, Garrett Martin, 0-1 last week. KoDiamonds, 0-1 last week. Both get a chance to get their first win here in the Modern Streamers League. This one should be a lot of fun, Francisco. We're going to see a lot of individually creatures of questionable power. Certainly their activated abilities will be coming into play. Scavenging Ooze, the big one, of course, that St. Doom just pointed out. But how this sort of plays out with these two decks trying to draw relevant creatures, trying to draw removal on time, we'll see, because neither one of them have blue to sort of smooth out those draws. So this could be very interesting.
Yeah, I expect this matchup to be very intricate. This hand from KoDiamonds is insane, though. The very, very, very best card that the Absent deck can have against this kind of like value decks is Dark Confidant. It is hands down, myself as an Amulet player, it's by far the most important card and the one that I'm the most afraid of, because what it does is it allows the Absent deck to never run out of gas, basically. And that is extremely, extremely important in order for KoDiamonds to keep up with Garrett, because, well, the value that the Absent Company deck has is very powerful, and we're seeing it in action immediately, where Garrett is, guaranteeing that he's going to hit his next land draw by playing a card like Eternal Witness.
Is a card like Eternal Witness too slow of a value engine in Modern? Because you can use it for a number of redundant loops, but it costs 3 mana in and of itself at sorcery speed. To me, it's that question that always sort of guides my overall thought process on, okay, is Abzan good now, or is it just a little bit too slow?
I mean, you would not play Eternal Witness in an Abzan style deck like KoDiamonds. You definitely want it in a deck like Garrett's, where he can get back stuff like Collected Company, potentially Chord of Calling. It can even has a very, very powerful loop thanks to Revelark. So it is very, very important for Garrett to make sure that, speaking of value, to make sure that he's getting the most value out of his cards, as I was saying. Tireless Tracker is a big problem, like really big problem. And that's why when KoDiamond was mulliganed, it was very, very minor, but he chose to keep the Shambling Vent in hand instead of a fetch land. And now he's really gonna miss that fetch land, because if he is not able to enable Revolt somehow, yeah, that Tireless Tracker is gonna be insane. So I think that was a very, very minor thing that is going to impact this game immensely. And if this Tireless Tracker does not get answered like right now, it's going to run away with the game very, very quickly.
Well, and it's interesting for Garrett Martin, because we saw last week his value engines of Eternal Witness and Tireless Tracker paled in comparison to when he had to play against the 5-color Nev Mizzet deck. Nev Mizzet was drawing 5 and 6 cards every time it came onto the board, and it made the incremental advantage of Tireless Tracker just look silly by comparison. But here, where Tireless Tracker can be potentially the biggest threat on the board, suddenly those tables are turned, and KoDiamonds, you mentioned paying the price for keeping the Shambling Vent here, now thinking about how he's going to get rid of that Tireless Tracker as he's going to send the Bob, looking for Revolt to be enabled. And I think Garrett Martin too smart to fall for that.
Yeah, totally. And we see this. Like, imagine if instead of being forced into playing the Assassin's Trophy, which, by the way, I think it's correct in this situation. If instead of playing the Assassin's Trophy, if KoDiamonds had to play a Tarmogoyf and a Revolted Fatal Push, we would be looking at an entirely different game right now.
Opportunity for Garrett Martin to use some mana on this turn to restock his hand. He's at 5, which isn't terribly low, but of course he can crack those clues along the way that you see just on his upper corner. Bob doing his work for extra cards. Risky to go with potentially another Bob, but that's not the line that KoDiamonds chooses here.
No, I think that he can't really afford to get a second Bob going. He's gonna need to set up his defenses because this like Eternal Witness and like Dustwatch Recruiter. Again, you see these cards and you don't think much of them, but a creature like Dustwatch, which is going to get Garrett a card advantage turn after turn, and even a card like Eternal Witness, right? It made sure that he made his land drops, and now it's actually trading with a Bob. That is no small feat right there.
If you're KoDiamonds, you've got the path to exile now. Is the Eternal Witness a big enough threat as a value engine being recurred to draw something like a path, or is that door closed and you want to start looking at, okay, can I get Hexdrinker? Can I get Tarmogoyf going and make these big threats and punch through?
Well, what I would be the most concerned about is Collected Company, which Garrett might very much have in hand right now. Unfortunately, KoDiamond has not found any discard spells, so he doesn't know what Garrett is working with. But he could very much have a Collected Company right now, and if that's the case, then I am going to put Garrett very, very far ahead.
This is round 4. The first night of week 2 of the Modern Streamers League. And so far, after an exemplary opening round win by GhostxEmpire on Dredge, it's been Team Fire coming back with Cat Light and then with Dido in rounds 2 and 3. Team Ice looking to get back on track after they took week 1, 6 matches to 4. Our overall running total right now, 7-6 in favor of Team, I should say 7-6. My math is fairly good. It's 7-6 in favor of Team Ice. But this is a big opportunity for Garrett Martin and Team Fire to pull back to level overall. And you see KoDiamonds shaking his head as the collected company comes down.
Oof, that is extremely unlucky on Garrett's side and extremely lucky on KoDiamonds' side. Only getting a single Vizier out of the collected company, that is exactly what KoDiamonds needs to win this game.
The roller coaster of emotion on collected company right there. KoDiamonds thought he might be buried in value. Instead, it comes up with just collected. No company to come in with the Vizier.
Boom. Good job.
And I only did that because I had my preferred drummer from the MSL here with me this week. So you're welcome for the opportunity.
Thank you.
KoDiamonds just relaxing right now. You see the hands behind his head. He is knowing that he's trying to turn the tables here, but sometimes this feels like you're trying to turn around while going downstream and get paddling back upstream. As you see the extra clues on board, he knows that's going to mean even further card advantage right now for Garrett Martin. And here comes the first one as Garrett Martin wants to add to his hand. We've seen collected company once. Leg Engineer.
This is kind of a big one. This is, I think, one of the most impactful cards from Modern Horizons for the modern format. We see Plague Engineer, like it's basically a 3 mana for a straight up 2-for-1 or more, basically. That's so powerful and very, very, very good in this kind of like Abzan style decks, especially with humans being such a powerful part of the metagame.
We're going to talk about that a little bit during Sideboard because we had some other opinions expressed in the previous week here on the Modern Streamers League about cards coming out of Modern Horizons. You're looking at Plague Engineer. We'll talk about that during Sideboard time as KoDiamonds looking at his board being picked apart by the additions from Garrett Martin here. Both Abzan styles clashing here in round 4 tonight. And KoDiamonds, I'm not an FBI body language expert, but I'm going to say he's not in a happy place right now as I look at him on camera.
Definitely not. That bob was what kept the juice flowing for him, and now he's gonna need to find some other way, either get that second bob going, or he needs to find a way to keep up with Garrett Martin, because one thing that it's also important to point out is that Garrett got a free land from the Assassin's Trophy. Mm-hmm. And it's also kind of like probably going to be getting another one from this Path to Exile over here. So he has a lot of mana to work with, which KoDiamond does not.
Well, it looks like KoDiamonds is chosen the potentially most mana useful, mana efficient route here by going Hexdrinker, Tarmogoyf, and holding up a Path to Exile.
Yeah, I even think that Plague Engineer might be that much of an issue for KoDiamonds that I would have entertained the possibility of just like pathing there and then try to move on the offensive and attack with the Tarmogoyf. Because I don't think things are getting better for KoDiamonds if he's just like in a waiting pattern. Garrett has way more value in his deck than he does.
KoDiamond seems almost resigned to his fate right now. And here he is, double Tarmogoyf Hexdrinker on the board. But what does Garrett Martin have that he wants to trade these two cards for?
I think this Eternal Witness attack is extremely suspicious. I really want to path this Plague Engineer now. Because it might represent. I think that Garrett might have a Rebel Arc in hand right here. Yeah, if this is a Rebel Arc, this game is over. Just as easy as that. I'm calling it right now.
First call tonight, Eldam Reach call.
Oh.
Well, Battle Arc Reva though. He's got that for Revel Arc.
Yeah, here. I mean that could very easily be a Rebel Arc, and if that's a Rebel Arc, this is GG's, my friend.
It's just going to be too much value, even with the trigger on the stack, to get the path involved.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So here, I guess he's going for Eternal Witness here. He's trying to double spell. And so if this was the plan, then I'm not sure I understand the attack with the Eternal Witness. Yeah, now that having the land, like, why didn't he get the Rebel Arc there? I wonder. He must know better than I do. So, oh, Rebel Arc's in the cyber. I guess that explains it perfectly. I knew that I saw Rebel Arc from his list. I was not aware that it was in the sideboard. Good to know. So that's why he didn't get it.
So now he's just trying to find out more and more value with these Eternal Witnesses.
Yeah, and you can see what I was talking about earlier. You know, like not pressing the advantage earlier is going to come back to bite him. He got back the Eladambri Skull. Okay, yeah, he needs to Inquisition right now. Like that part of the turn is already written in stone.
I think the only other thing that you could potentially look at here is, can you risk getting another Dark Confidant going, or do you want to hold up path, go for maybe leveling up the Hex Drinker to make it instant proof? There might be some value in that right now.
Yeah. I mean, he needs to Inquisition. That part is...
That's a lock.
Yeah, that he needs to do that, because otherwise the Eladambri Skull, if he gets another Eternal Witness, then we're going to be in a lot of trouble. So yeah, that part is locked. And now it's either, I guess he's going for the Bob. Which...
Did he tapping correctly?
Yeah, he definitely tapped incorrectly there.
Yeah. I think once he saw that, there was no reason to not put a level up on the Hex Drinker.
Yeah, I mean, unless he was planning on leveling up all along, which is possible. Yeah, because I guess that now this next turn he gets to path, and he also gets to level up the Hex Drinker to a 4/4. And there was nothing that was worth pathing last turn, so I think that that KoDiamonds' play was correct there. And he has a clock though.
He does the Giver of Runes.
Yeah, the Giver of
trouble.
Yeah, the Giver of Runes is a big deal here.
The Devoted Druid coming in late, of course, for Garrett Martin, but has arrived. That'll open up some additional paths.
For sure. I think that we are at a point where Garrett has no cards in hand, and I think that you just need to say, okay, I need to beat your board. I cannot beat your combo, and you just need to play as if the combo does not exist. And you need to probably path the Giver of Runes in the upkeep. Or I guess that he can path the Devoted Druid now and just like try to set up to level up the Hex Drinker up to lethal in the next turn.
So good and bad news there for KoDiamonds. At 7, he doesn't lose any life to the Bob trigger with the double land, but he also doesn't add any heat to his hand. He just ended up with 2 lands for the turn.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think that he needs to go all in on Hex Drinker. Yeah, this is a smart play from KoDiamonds. And I guess that he's not that on board to the value, so he can just path the Devoted Druid. If he's going to do it, he needs to do it now, because otherwise the Giver of Runes is going to give it protection. So yeah, so this, I think I really like this play right here. So we have the path on the Devoted Druid, and then next turn he has enough to make the Hex Drinker protection from everything and just swing for 6.
So KoDiamonds finding a way in a game where it looked like he was going to be locked out just on value alone coming from Garrett Martin, but it was the Collected Company that only found one creature that really kind of opened the door, gave a little hope to KoDiamonds, to the Scavenging Ooze late.
That is literally, hands down, the best possible draw that Garrett could have found. I guess besides like Collected Company into Ooze and something else, I guess that would have been better. But Scavenging Ooze here makes KoDiamonds' entire plan just worthless.
Well, it might have been better than a Collected Company into it, because it gives you more mana to use with the Ooze, takes you out of range of one hit from the Hex Drinker, and with the Giver of Runes can threaten a kill on the other end.
Yeah, exactly. And now I think that we flipped the tables entirely, because next turn the Giver can give the Scoo's protection from everything, and I guess they can only give him protection from one color, so never mind.
Turn to be KoDiamonds because of that.
Yes.
Unless he would draw a removal spell for the Bob.
Oof, this is super close.
Now Jingu shows up for KoDiamonds.
Yeah, I don't think that with the massive mana advantage that Garrett has, I don't think that that KoDiamonds Ooze is going to be particularly impactful.
Boy, the life totals right now at 9-7, but it feels like Garrett Martin is much further ahead than that, even with the Hex Drinker on board. And what KoDiamonds has to be thinking about the possibility of taking Hex Drinker all the way up and making it a 2-turn clock.
I think that's his only way of winning. I think that's his only out at this point. So he would need to use 4 mana to level up the Hex Drinker. And then Garrett attacks, and he chumps. Well, he can give protection to the Scavenging. So yeah, so he might actually, he might have the win here still. He needs to level up the Hex Drinker, and then he'll need to leave back both the Tarmogoyf and the Dark Confidant to block. What that would do is that, yeah, I don't think I like cycling this.
Well, and at that point, if it's just the Tarmogoyf and the Dark Confidant to block, you could look at a situation where Garrett Martin just turns everything sideways and gets a kill off of the...
Yeah, but even if he does, KoDiamonds can always just block the Scavenging Ooze and the Eternal Witness, and then he takes 5 at most.
Right, and that's just a different way to say that Garrett forces the block from the Dark Confidant in a different way, while maybe getting the Giver of Runes into the board as well, but... he would have to be very sure to give up what seems to be a key advantage at this point.
Yeah, no, I think that was the turn. Him not going for it there. I guess that what he's trying to do is he's trying to like lead back Shambling Bent, but that is not going to work, because if Garrett attacks with the Scavenging Ooze, he can just give it protection from white or black, and he can deny the life gain that way. So yeah, I think that was the chance that was the play for KoDiamonds there. I think that he is missing his chance, and probably if this turn goes by, if I'm Garrett, I just pass the turn, and every turn that goes by, things get worse and worse for KoDiamonds.
So certainly a tense beginning to what's going to be an Abzan mirror that looks like it's going to stretch both players' intuition, creativity, and drawing skills, to be honest, because we've seen a couple of key draws from both players in this game. A second Tarmogoyf here for KoDiamonds will add some power to the board, but I still don't know that it's going to be that impressive. And here comes the Scavenging Ooze into the red zone now.
Yeah, this is kind of it's Garrett's game to lose now. That Scavenging Ooze came in the last possible turn, and yeah, this is not going to end up well for...
The Giver of Runes can give protection from green.
Yeah, but he doesn't even need to, right?
Yeah, the only thing I was thinking there is you give it protection from green before getting into the red zone, and then you either eat up the mana or you eat up the Bob.
Yeah, for sure. But now, basically, nothing was achieved, and KoDiamonds passed the turn with 4 mana that he didn't use in the entire turn cycle. He didn't develop his board with the Tarmogoyf and the Scoo's, and he also didn't gain life from the Shambling Bent or anything like that, so he didn't level up the Hex Drinker. He's in a really tough spot right now.
And I apologize, Dark Confidant, I keep shortcutting it as Bob. It was a player creation by legendary player Bob Maher as his card that he had the opportunity to create, much like Tiago Chan had the chance to have input on Snapcaster Mage. And so if you've been around for any time at all, you seem to know Dark Confidant as Bob. So that is the translation when you're saying, what the heck is that guy talking about? That's Dark Confidant.
I know. It's kind of hilarious, but he is Bob though. Yeah, so I guess that things are going downhill very quick for KoDiamonds here. Garrett Martin has the upper hand, and in a big way now, because now he has no outs basically. Even if he levels up the Hex Drinker, then the Ooze attacks for lethal, because he can give it Pro Black with the Giver of Runes. And he can't play the Tarmogoyf or the Scavenging Ooze, and I guess he can. Actually, it's 8, right? Yeah, 8+. Yeah. So I guess that he can play the Scoos and level up the Hex Drinker, but in that case, he just doesn't have enough clock. And at this point, just Scavenging Ooze is going to gain too much life.
And playing the other Tarmogoyf out of the hand for KoDiamonds, really, you're just falling further behind on the treadmill, because Garrett Martin's pulling farther ahead and you're just doing the same thing that wasn't effective enough to break through on previous turns. Exactly.
So every turn that goes by, things get better for Garrett, and they get worse for KoDiamonds. This Giver of Runes really is messing things up. If the Giver of Runes weren't there, then things would be much easier, because KoDiamonds could pad his life total using Shambling Vent and whatnot. But the Giver of Runes is just messing everything up. It's just not allowing him to do anything about it.
Yeah, the combination of Giver of Runes and then the mana advantage that you brought up earlier, Francisco, as well as having the early Scavenging Ooze, he's just been able to pull his life total out of the range of a quick kill from that completely leveled up Hex Drinker. Yeah.
I think now we're in a situation where, it's just gonna be Garrett's game to lose now. But I don't think that KoDiamonds has any cards in his deck, even by drawing 2 cards. I guess if he draws like 2 removal spells. If he draws like exactly Fatal Push into like some other removal spell, like Assassin's Trophy or whatever, and he's able to kill both the Giver of Runes and the Scavenging Ooze, he might be able to come back. But again, like at this point, I think that Garrett's top decks are just better.
Garrett 2 cards in hand, KoDiamonds with the 2 cards in hand, and each turn Garrett just abyssing KoDiamonds by bringing in that Scavenging Ooze. That's huge.
Yeah, when they just main phase activate the Giver of Runes, then you know you're in trouble. Pro Black.
So he's not going to let him get rid of the Dark Confidant.
Yeah, so I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to force the chump blocks. So he basically keeps feeding his Ooze. And again, because of the mana advantage that we talked about a second ago, he is always going to have the upper hand in terms of the green mana. So his Ooze is always going to be better than his opponent's Ooze. So this is a turn. KoDiamonds needs a removal spell right now. That's not it.
And he drew those cards in the proper order for Dark Confidant, not losing any life, showing the land off the trigger.
I don't think that's going to matter, though.
You know, we hear this word with Storm a lot of times, but is it applicable here? Is this board state deterministic for Garrett Martin?
No, I mean, as I was saying a second ago, there's still like the very small chance that he like draws 2 removal spells in a row, but it's looking less and less likely, because now he's just gonna die to those stupid Eternal Witnesses and Vizier of Remedies.
Yeah, if KoDiamonds didn't have the Dark Confidant at this point, it would certainly be nearly impossible to come back. But the extra cards each turn keep giving him that hope that he can back up back-to-back removal spells and do just that.
Exactly, and that's what I was saying at the very beginning, that Dark Confidant is by far the most important card in this style of matchup, and it's almost entirely because of that. You know, it just like you get to this point and both players are drawing 2 cards a turn, except Garrett's cards are Collected Companies and Eledamber's Call for Eternal Witness, while KoDiamonds are like, lands and like Lilianas. Like, imagine a Liliana right here. It's not gonna do much. But they are confident making them 2 cards a turn and enables him to actually get a little bit closer to parity.
Now, this is one of the rare matchups in Modern right now where Liliana Last Hope would actually maybe be the preferable card, because you see a lot of 1 toughness creatures running around on that board. It also gives you the ability to grab creatures back out of your graveyard. And we see in decks that have played Liliana a split usually favoring Liliana the Veil, but this is certainly a case where when we look at the sideboards, if somebody can leverage Last Hope, that would be a much bigger play.
100% agree. 100% agree. Liliana, that Last Hope is extremely powerful against this kind of, like small creature style of decks. Here, KoDiamonds is doing something very smart, which is exiling his opponent's relevant cards. This means that if an Eternal Witness were to be drawn, or if one of these were to die and be recurred, then they are not going to be able to get back those extremely powerful cards that Garrett had in his graveyard right there.
So the Devoted Druid back online for Garrett Martin. This is now another angle that KoDiamonds knew he had closed off for just a bit, but seems to be open again.
Yeah, that was kind of bad. that was kind of pretty bad right there. He revealed the Lingering Souls, which is a card that doesn't do anything, and it cost him 3 life.
Yeah, that was just point a lightning bolt at your own head.
Yep. It is not very likely. No, at this point it's just too late. He just does not have enough green mana. I was going to say that his only out is for Garrett to have, to just not have the combo, right? Because he's going to have the combo in play. So but I think that KoDiamonds needs to answer the Scavenging Ooze here, because otherwise it's just going to win the game, and he needs to start gaining some life with his own Scavenging Ooze. However, he can only gain 1 life, which is not going to be enough.
KoDiamonds he's had an emotional roller coaster ride this game. And he never really kind of looked comfortable. He's found some nice lines that have left opportunities open for his deck. But you had Francisco that turn where he had the double land draw while he had Dark Confidant on the table. And then he could never seem to put together a turn where he had 2 relevant spells come off the top. We see 2 spells come off this turn, but with one, as you pointed out, being Lingering Souls, it cost him life and really doesn't do enough quickly enough on this board to help him. So he's really kind of been at the mercy of his deck not helping him out, even though he's kind of found the lines that have given him the most opportunities to let that happen.
Yeah, exactly. This has been a tough game for KoDiamonds. It's been very, very tight, and he just missed a couple of very important opportunities, and then he was not able to recover after that. And to be fair, I think Garrett played very well, and he was able to maximize his chances of this happening, for him to be ahead and to stay ahead once ahead, basically.
KoDiamonds trying to find a line. He wants to gain some life with the vent, but ultimately, I don't think it's going to be enough. That would put him just to 4. And the Scavenging Ooze, of course, just massive right now for Garrett Martin.
Yeah, the Scavenging Ooze won the game by itself, basically. And it's funny that it's exactly what Saint Doom said in the game, that Scavenging Ooze was going to be the key card for both players.
Hey, sometimes Grizzly Bear is good enough, because that's what Scavenging Ooze is. Now, it's got another relevant line of text, of course, but you're thinking, look, this is Modern. You can put Phoenixes into play on turn 2. You can use Amulet. You can do all these powerful things, and yet players still find success by putting Scavenging Ooze into their deck as a key pillar. KoDiamond's going to go for the Lingering Souls now.
Yeah, I do think that this is correct. Here, KoDiamonds is saying, okay, if you have the combo, you got me. If you have something to do with infinite mana, that's like there's nothing I can do about it. So I'm just going to hope that you don't have it, and then I'm going to try to survive. And at face value, this should be enough for him to survive. He needs to dodge the Dark Confident trigger, and he needs to, yeah, that's it. He needs to dodge the Bob trigger. Rethinking things a little bit from Garrett.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, right click, attack hold, and like, oh, wait, okay, wait a second, never mind.
I think you'd have to sell out at that point. There's nothing that KoDiamonds can do. The shields are entirely down right now. He's got essentially 3 blockers. And I think this is what Garrett has come to, and he's going to go for it.
Yeah, well, I guess.
Is shortening the leash on the Dark Confidant trigger. Gonna
Yeah,
give him a
so
chance
we're
to
jumping
get rid of
there.
it. Yeah.
Okay, now we'll go down to 1 now. And now...
So his
Now
life
what?
total really wouldn't be relevant for one of the infinite mana combos.
Yeah, no, his life total doesn't matter at this point.
Now
Whoa.
that Hex Drinker has protection from everything. And did KoDiamonds just find the line here?
Whoa! Did he get there?
This is just a
That is
massively
incredible.
impressive performance.
That is incredible! Wow! He can't believe it.
I can't.
Wow! That I cannot believe that he got there. I am very impressed.
How many times did you say that was Garrett Martin's game to lose? I mean, his
Whoa.
position was just dominating at so many points. And of course, seeing this film this week, the broadcast from Team Ice's point of view. So we saw KoDiamonds' hand when he struggled to draw relevant information. We don't know for sure what happened with the Purple Mage, Garrett Martin. He could have been just looking at a number of irrelevant cards as well, but that was impressive that KoDiamonds gave himself a chance in that game, and it ended up coming to him.
Yeah, for sure. He never gave up. I were probably giving up long before he did, and he didn't. And he eventually got there. It did require Garrett to draw literally nothing for multiple turns, which is exactly what happened. He's sending some kisses to the Hex Drinker.
Sometimes that's the way it goes down. KoDiamonds in a much better mood coming into sideboarding before game 2. If you want to add some new options to your sideboard, you can do it with our sponsors on the Modern Streamers League, Card Hoarder and Card Kingdom. Next time you need something, whether it's in physical cardboard or in digital objects, they've got you hooked up. Card Hoarder and Card Kingdom, proud sponsors of the Modern Streamers League. And these two teams, of course, we've mentioned it all night, Francisco, playing for 2 great charities around the world. Team Fire playing for A21, whose goal is to end human trafficking worldwide. And, of course, Team Ice is playing for the Cancer Research Institute. Their goal, to end all forms of cancer all around the world. KoDiamonds ready to go. Garrett Martin ready to go. This is going to be an interesting game, too, because certainly you've got a very motivated Garrett Martin. And even though that game took a while in game 1, these two decks don't always take that long to win. So time shouldn't be that big of an issue.
No, I think we're going to be fine. That was a very, very cool game 1, though. Interesting. Well, this is Mother of Runes is compared to Giver of Runes is compared to Mother of Runes. Like, that's the card it was inspired after. And I was going to point out exactly what just happened. It's like you don't need to kill the Giver of Runes immediately because it doesn't protect itself, right? So I think what I would have done there is I would have Inquisitioned on turn 1, see what Garrett's looking at over there, and then eventually just kill the Mother of Runes at my leisure. And he chooses to go for the snap off the snap off the Giver of Runes, which is fine. It is also a viable play. Here we got the Cursor Acoustic and the Rebel Arc. That is Garrett's absolute best card right there. Rebel Arc is the It's not the mayor of Value Town. It's like not even the president. It's like the
The emperor.
What's more than a president is
The emperor of Value Town. There you go.
emperor. Yeah, just like whatever you want to say. Like the tyrant, the tyrant of Value Town.
Painful choice you could see for KoDiamonds to make with that Inquisition. He was regretting that not being a Thoughtseize, I think, so he couldn't take that Revelar.
Yeah.
Now
Revelar might be huge.
We get the opportunity to talk about something that you said earlier. You said Plague Engineer, you thought one of the most impactful cards for Modern coming out of Modern Horizons. We see the Horizon Canopy played by Garrett Martin. The fact that now other color combinations have access to a Horizon Canopy style card, where do you rate that in importance in the Modern metagame?
I think that definitely helps a lot. Specific decks. For example, I think that decks like Burn actually really care about this. Decks like, well, Black-Green, as we're seeing with Nurture and Peatland, those kind of decks that maybe don't care so much about the life. More so with Burn than with Black-Green, of course. Black-Green cares way more about its life total than Burn does. But it's still a very, very relevant feature that now we get access to in Modern, is the fact that those decks can have access to a land that then turns into a card. That's a very, very good feature.
We see Garrett Martin trying to ride that Scavenging Ooze again this game, but he's not going to have the Giver of Runes to protect it. And of course, KoDiamonds has an answer for it here early if he wants to get rid of it in the form of that Assassin's Trophy. He has a engineered Plague Engineer of his own. Well, these cards that were inspired by older Magic cards are just so close that you tend to get them sort of mixed with the card that they're an homage for.
Yep, for sure.
The double Plague Engineer now for KoDiamonds in his hand. You know, you want to get the Tarmogoyf going. Is that going to do anything on this board with Scavenging Ooze? You want to get the Hex Drinker going? Are you looking at Plague Engineer at this point?
I think that by far, again, as I was saying earlier, the best card that could have been drawn there for KoDiamonds would have been a Thoughtseize. Mm-hmm. At this point, I think that, man, this is tough. I think I would like to play out the Plague Engineer.
And his mana hasn't been good for him either. He can't do two things really relevant this turn. No,
for sure. That's a very big deal, actually. But again, like whatever he does, he's just trading 1-for-1, right? He's like playing out his threats, and he's playing Inquisition of Kozilek. He's playing Abrupt Decay. He's playing all cards that trade for one card from their opponents. And then Revelar comes down, and Revelar does not care. Everything that you spend like so many cards to try to destroy, be it the Scavenging Ooze, the Courser of Grixis, Revelar just brings them back. And there's nothing that KoDiamonds can really do about it. Like if Garrett draws a land, as I was going to say, and he slams this Revelar, he's gonna be very far ahead. And at that point, Scavenging Ooze is probably not gonna get him out of it. He will need something like a Nihil Spellbomb in order to deny the value.
Here comes the Revelar, and this is the opportunity for Garrett Martin. What would Garrett Martin have given to have Revelar in that game one? Would have helped him
big time
when he had an opportunity to do that. And KoDiamonds looking to break the 2-match winning streak right now for Team Fire. Team Fire, if they can get behind Garrett Martin and find a win, they'll be back to level at 7 matches apiece here through night 1 of week 2 of the Modern Streamers League. Still to come, our final match tonight is coming up next. RJ Benson, Robcaster Mage, he's going to be taking on Cyrus Corman-Gill and his Bring to Light Snowshift deck. That'll be interesting. Bring to Light Snowshift against hard blue-white control. We'll see how that plays out in our final match. Coming up after this one, we'll be joined by Guano Maestro for that one. We're looking forward to wrapping that up on our first night of week 2 coverage here of the Modern Streamers League. Right now, though, KoDiamonds once again behind on board in the mid-range part of this game, Francisco, and he's got to try and put together some options when his man is not agreeing with him. We see him with a tireless tracker of his own, but no follow-up land to play. If you play that naked and it gets removed, boy, that really feels like a missed value opportunity in these matchups.
Yeah, things are not looking great for KoDiamonds. However, I have said that in the past, so
Very recent past.
he might figure out a way around it. He chooses to go for the Hex Drinker, which is interesting. I guess it makes sense because he doesn't really want to start answering his opponent's threats because of the Rebel Arc, right? Which would make it kind of like pointless. So he switches gears, and now he's trying to go for the same kind of like a similar play to what he did before, just like level up a Hex Drinker and hope that I can ride it to victory. It worked out for him, so.
Sin Collector taking the Assassin's Trophy out of KoDiamond's hand, and now Tarmogoyf going to get a chance to do some work. The exchange with the Plague Engineer. And KoDiamond's, once again, I mean, he really seems like he's willing to ride this Hex Drinker.
Yeah.
Mana, this is going to be a big deal, I think. It's going to let him try for some card advantage with the Tireless Tracker because Garrett Martin out of cards in hand right now.
Yeah, however, though, that Rebel Arc is a very, very fast clock.
It is.
A 4/3 flyer is nothing to scoff at. So, like, KoDiamonds is dead in 2 turns.
And that's not going to be
3,
enough.
I guess.
It's not going to be enough for him to get the Hex Drinker to level 8 and start punching through in that time frame.
Nope. No, because the Sin Collector is going to clock him as well, so he kind of needs to play. He needs to play the Engineer on human, maybe. That's not really doing anything. Yeah.
Oof. That could be a backbreaking play
Oof.
for
Big oof. Yeah, now they should be game over. Now Garrett just passed the Tireless Tracker, and now the Rebel Arc is a 2-turn clock instead of a 3-turn clock. Even if he like basically chump, he's not even chump attacking with his Scavenging Ooze. He's just yeah, I don't think I like this. Yeah, I think I would have pathed the Tracker and just attack with the Scavenging Ooze and the Sin Collector.
giving a chance for a double block.
Yeah, I think that he's trying to maximize the value, which makes sense. So that's why he's trying to like leave the. Yeah, so I mean, I guess he's going to end up trading with the Scavenging Ooze anyway, which is a great trade for Garrett. Now that basically locks the door. But I think he did, like he could have attacked with the Sin Collector as well, probably.
Just get threatened lethal this turn.
He double checks that both of them are humans, which is correct. That is exactly what they are. But yeah, it's just this. The 4/3 flyer is really clocking him. So he needs to find an answer for the Rebel Arc right now.
Well, the other issue for KoDiamonds is sure he might be able to untap with the Scavenging Ooze, but with only 2 green mana, he can only put himself back to 3.
Oh, never mind. That wins it right now for Garrett Martin.
And that'll be the extra one. The Gavony Township coming off the top, and you're going to see 5 flying power coming up for Garrett Martin. And now we're level at 1-1 heading into Game 3. Our coverage of the Modern Streamers League brought to you by Card Hoarder and Card Kingdom. Boy, what an opportunity to swap out some of your sideboard for things that would help even more from Card Hoarder. But KoDiamonds, he's not without opportunities here, Francisco. How do you want to attack in Game 3 knowing you're going to be on the play?
I think I want to take out Lugian of the Veil, and I want to bring back the Kaya. I think that Kaya is actually going to be kind of relevant, not only exiling the value from Rebel Arc, but also it kills the Giver of Runes, which gave KoDiamonds so much trouble that game. So I think I actually do like Kaya quite a bit in this matchup. And I think that's going to be it. He has no Liliana as the last hope. Yeah, so I think that's the only thing that I would change.
Boy, this has been so far on the Modern Streamers League, our first night in week 2, but this has been our longest run so far for the 5 matches. We've seen some extremely nuanced and strategy-heavy matchups here this evening, Francisco, and this has just been a joy to watch so far. We saw the game of the night in game 1 of this matchup between Garrett Martin and KoDiamonds, and I know you would have favored Amulet if it was even close, but it wasn't. Game 1 in this match was easily, I think, the game of the night, and we've still got more to come with round 5 next.
Yeah, for sure. I enjoyed game 1. A really, really big deal. A lot of swings back and forth. It seemed that KoDiamonds could never get there. Then it seemed like Garrett could never lose. And then KoDiamond got there somehow. It was very, very impressive from him.
KoDiamond's on the play. No first turn intuition or Thoughtseize.
Yeah, that's actually kind of a big deal. Inquisition or Thoughtseize are KoDiamond's only way of trading with one of the key value cards like Eternal Witness and Reveler on a 1-for-1 basis. So the discard spells are extremely important in the early turns and very, very bad in the late game.
So just a handful of land and removal spells to back up this Tarmogoyf, and it can't be this simple. KoDiamonds is hoping it is. Just Tarmogoyf removal spells, ride it to victory. But we'll see if that's going to go down that quick here in game 3.
Yeah, I think this is a very straightforward turn. You need to push the Scavenging Ooze, and you might as well do it main phase so you can attack with your Tarmogoyf. So I guess he wants to cycle the Peatland. I guess that's a good way to use his mana. So that I don't dislike that, honestly.
You could still pay for the Overgrown Tomb if you want to hold up Fatal Push.
Yeah, but there's nothing that Garrett can have that needs to be immediately pushed. You need to hold up Fatal Push when your opponent has something like against the other versions of the Druid deck when they're playing Post-Mortem Lunge. I always struggle to remember that card's name. Post-Mortem Lunge is definitely a card that requires you to make sure that you're holding up some mana in order to not get comboed out of nowhere. Still, if I am Garrett Martin, I would probably not be playing that card. So I wouldn't be playing around it, really.
KoDiamonds with the cycle, picks up a Hexdrinker and a Tarmogoyf. Does he want to add to his clock here with another Tarmogoyf and hold up a removal spell? Or he could go Tarmogoyf Hexdrinker and really try to turn up the pressure on Garrett Martin.
Yeah, he's going for that, which I agree with. However, one thing that really worries me is the fact that last turn, Eternal Witness could have gotten back a Scavenging Ooze, but instead it got back a land. So if I'm KoDiamonds, my alarm bells are ringing, and I'm thinking collected company.
We only saw one collected company so far from Garrett Martin in the first 2 games. Certainly, he's thinking, can I get some deck building justice?
Yeah, for real, though.
In game 3, and KoDiamonds, of course, just wants to ride this out as is. And this was always the scary turn. You know, when Coco was the menace in Modern, to see them assemble 4 mana and then pass was always gave you that sort of the feeling like the bottom of your stomach was falling out through the chair you were sitting in. You knew what was coming, and it looks like Garrett Martin has assembled that here. Either that or it's a handful of nothing, like game 1 led us to believe.
Yep. So that is actually a pretty solid draw right there. I think I would attack with both Tarmogoyfs and just see what Garrett does. Yeah, he's probably gonna need to Coco right now, and once he does, you can like reassess your options. Worst thing that can happen is probably Plague Engineer. All right, that is not too bad, honestly. In fact, that's pretty good. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about is that Gavony Township on Garrett's side, but I think that the clock with these Tarmogoyfs is quick enough that he's not going to be able to leverage that. Yeah, I think I would just like play out this Bob right here and start rejoicing in that card advantage.
Instead, it looks like he might go Fatal Push. We're going to see a Fatal Push on the Giver, and now the Bob will come down.
Yeah, again, I don't think there's any need for that.
Well, if you bring out the Shambling Vent now, an untapped Mana Source will give you the opportunity to go 5 wide on the attack. This Plague Engineer, most likely.
For sure. But what I'm saying is you can do that at the end of turn.
Sure.
You can always like see what your opponent does and like not show your hand, not give your opponent more information than they need to have.
Tireless Tracker, Assassin's Trophy, the 2 cards in hand for KoDiamonds. 3 cards in hand, but only 2 mana open for Garrett Martin. Team Fire behind Garrett Martin, looking for a 3-match win streak here in the middle of night 1 of week 2 of the Modern Streamers League. KoDiamonds trying to get Team Ice back on track.
Wow, this is an interesting attack right here. Yeah, I wonder.
KoDiamonds just a race, it looks like.
Yeah, just like right click attack all. Let your opponent figure out. Yeah, these are the easy blocks, I think. Oh, if he has Path, yeah, this is actually a very good exchange for Garrett. This is a very good exchange for Garrett right here.
So it nearly clears the board away. Just a single Tarmogoyf right now for KoDiamonds. But Garrett Martin on 4 life and just 3 cards in hand. We haven't seen a big value play yet. Sure, the one collected company didn't net him much, but now he's at 5, and you talked about it earlier, Revelark, big-time play.
Yeah, this is exactly what Garrett needs.
So no Revelark this turn, but
yeah,
this going to let him set it up.
Yeah, this stops the clock from KoDiamonds. So I assume that he's going to attack and force the issue. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You probably want to play out the Tireless Tracker first. I guess it's not going to matter because Garrett is going to path the Tarmogoyf in response anyway. So it's not particularly relevant. So we're gonna. Ooh, wow.
I got to feel like that means a Revelark is coming up if he wants that Eternal Witness in the graveyard.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to like play around what. Maybe he's thinking maybe I want to path something else.
Does he just want to be able to eventually exchange something for Tarmogoyf and get rid of the Hex Drinker?
Maybe he's like thinking
the value engine.
Yeah, because I think I guess that makes sense for Garrett's side to an extent. If he has the Revelark, I am a big fan of evoking here actually. Yep. Big fan of this play. So now we have. We're going to get 2 guys back. We're going to get the Hex Drinker, which is going to go on the Plague Engineer, which is going to go on a Snake, killing the Hex Drinker, and the Eternal Witness, which is going to go. It's going to get back the Revelark probably. And yeah, these things are not looking well for KoDiamonds now.
And with the Revelark safely in hand, away from the Scavenging Ooze, only Thoughtseize is going to be able to take that away. And KoDiamonds draws the other half of it, the Inquisition, and that's not going to be able to take the Revelark.
No, he chose to go for the Eternal Witness.
Just another value loop to witness for the Revelark again if he chooses.
Yeah, but I would imagine that you would want to keep the Eternal Witness in the graveyard so you can evoke the Revelark again next turn. So, yeah, I mean that's what I would have done, I guess. I just got him back to Revelark. However, we were talking about the importance of Plague Engineer right here. Look at what it did last turn. It killed KoDiamonds' Hex Drinker, and now it's preventing the Tarmogoyf from attacking. You're basically trading with it.
And you mentioned the power of 2-for-1s earlier. We were talking about it in the 5-color match when they were taking on the Grixis Shadow deck a couple of rounds ago, and the ability to get to a point where you can 2-for-1 is a big deal, and that's what this Plague Engineer is allowing. And now Shalai, standout, going to come down and be another threat to give it a Gavining Township type effect available if Garrett Martin decides he wants to go that way. And it's also, importantly, going to protect the rest of his team. So will this be enough to draw the Assassin's Trophy?
Yeah. I wonder if KoDiamonds should have Assassin's Trophy the Plague Engineer in response, actually.
I was thinking about that as well.
Because that is kind of more of an issue than the Shalai, honestly. The Tarmogoyf can attack through the Shalai, but it cannot attack through the Plague Engineer. Ooh, that's huge. That is huge.
Just one open swamp or one open forest in play for Garrett Martin, and that's going to give him no opportunity to respond with any sort of value that I can think of to this Nihil Spellbomb. The card draw off of it for KoDiamonds, just a land, but I think he'll trade that for getting rid of the entire graveyard.
Yeah, of course, he needed something to go along with that, right? It's not that just like the Nihil Spellbomb was the game-winning play right there. It's just stopping the engine. But that is kind of exactly what KoDiamonds needed. Now this path is going to help things out. If Garrett does have another collected company, though, we're approaching some tough territory again. Plague Engineer. Like every time that card hit the play, the game state, it was just brutal. It was just incredible.
Collected company now for Garrett. He's already got a way to stop the Tarmogoyf with the Plague Engineer. Comball coming in and Giver of Runes.
Yep, this one's slipping away from KoDiamonds very quickly, and that Comball is going to make it so racing with the Tarmogoyf becomes less and less likely by every single turn.
The path on the Giver.
Yeah, now as opposed to before, which I said that it doesn't matter when it is that you path or you kill the Giver of Runes, whichever removal spell it is. Right here, because he can actually start giving protection to the Plague Engineer and start messing up with your sequences that way. With other creatures in play, actually killing the Giver of Runes in your main phase is actually valuable.
Now, double Tireless Tracker from Garrett Martin, and that's going to allow potentially for those Tireless Trackers to outgrow the Tarmogoyf, and if they do, there'll be a way to slam the door closed really quickly.
Yep, I agree. Tireless Tracker is kind of huge right there, and even Garrett had access to the fetch land in order to complete the whole picture. At this point,
it was too late for KoDiamonds this game because he gets it now. Scavenging Ooze. He's got one green up, but is it too late for him?
It might be. He just doesn't have enough food, right? All the food was taken with the Nihil Spellbomb, so Scavenging Ooze is not gonna be that big. And one thing that I wanted to point out, which I didn't, is a couple of turns ago, KoDiamonds drew the Marsh Flats, and he didn't play it out. He just held it in hand, and you could have thought like, okay, but why doesn't he play it? And he fetches and he thins the deck. Well, he's trying to maximize a potential Tireless Tracker that he can draw. Because if he happens to find the tracker off the top, then that fetch land becomes 2 fresh cards. And again, we talked about card advantage all this match. So yeah, that is something that I wanted to make sure I pointed out right there.
And we saw that play go down for Garrett Martin. I mean, in the best possible way for him and Team Fire with double Tireless Tracker into the fetch land. So you see the power of that line of play coming to bear right here. Now 5 blue tokens in play for Garrett Martin, and he has a chance to start making these Tireless Trackers go over the top.
Yeah, he can even start activating the Gavining Township and start winning by going wide. One beautiful thing about this collected company decks is that They are not necessarily just a combo deck, right? When you think of combo decks like Storm or like Ad Nauseam, those kind of decks, they are combo decks, and if they are not executing their combo, they are losing. This Abzan Company deck is very different in that, as you can see, there's no combo needed. In fact, Garrett probably sided out a solid amount of his combo pieces because he's trying to focus on the value, and the value is getting him there.
And we're seeing that happen right now. These tireless trackers are going to be big enough that they're going to force close to double chump blocks here.
Yep. And again, like these cards, like tireless trackers, these tireless trackers drew like 6 cards so far.
Yes.
It's absurd, right? Like the Plague Engineer was a 2-for-1 in and of its face. It just like straight up stonewalled KoDiamonds' only hopes of getting through for the last point of damages, to the point where he's attacking now.
And those tireless trackers are what, a couple of 10-9s coming in with the 7 counters on each one?
Yeah, and with the potential to make one more, to crack one more clue. So they are 11 power effectively.
So they're going to demand the chump blocks here, because that would be enough for a kill after the Gaffney Township activations pump the rest of the team.
Exactly. So both tireless trackers need to be chump blocked. Otherwise, KoDiamonds is going to die. It's a lethal attack.
Well, and this is essentially for the match, because what one card could come off the top here that's going to be good enough?
Engineered explosives, I think, or if he has any other sweepers. But those are the only outs. I think that's the only sweeper that he's playing. I'm looking at his list right now. Yeah, there's no damnation that I can see.
KoDiamonds rubbing the hands together.
Yep.
And a land is certainly not going to do it.
Yeah, it had to be engineered explosives. Right that turn, he can go down to 4 from the combo and kill their opponent's board. But he's still facing 7 cards, right? Like 5 in hand plus 2 clues. Yeah, that was a great match. That was a really, really good match.
And what a rally by Team Fire here in the middle of the night. Kat, Dido, and Garrett Martin all with back-to-back wins, when at various times during their matches didn't look very optimal in the matchup bracket or in how those matchups were playing out for Team Fire. Team Fire, again, playing for their charity, A21, looking to end human trafficking around the world. You can donate and support Team Fire or support the efforts of A21 through our Twitch page, and the same can be done to support Team Ice and their charity, the Cancer Research Institute, looking to end all forms of cancer worldwide. Francisco has been our guest here this evening. We got insight on the Amulet decks that was second to none from the man who wrote the definitive sideboard guide for Amulet. Francisco here tonight, part of Team Ice. Your team has been hosting all night long. Francisco, it's been amazing hanging out with you. Thank you for your insights. This has been an absolute ton of fun, and I'm looking forward to see you play on Wednesday. For sure. Anytime. Looking forward to it. And if people want to see you do something else and live in the LA area, when's your next concert? Actually, not this weekend, but the weekend after. I am playing in San Diego. Well, that's an easy trip from LA down to San Diego. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, Francisco. This has been a truly fun time. And if you want to go back and see what was the game of the night, well, the VOD will be up just as soon as we're done here this evening on week 2, night 1 of the Modern Streamers League. Francisco, thank you so much. Appreciate your time. Oh, my pleasure. This was awesome. This was a ton of fun. Coming up, we'll have the forecast of doom, and Guano Maestro is going to drop in for round 5. It's all this night on week 2 as we get things started, or rather concluding next with Rob Castermage on blue-white control. He'll take on Cyrus Corman-Gill on Bring to Light Snowshift here on the Modern Streamers League.
phase one? Are you ready for phase one?
Welcome back to the Forecast of Doom. We have Bring to Light Snowshift, played by Cyrus, against Blue-White Control, played by Robcaster Mage. This is a really, really interesting matchup. Valakut versus Control matchups used to be heavily favored for the Volcano players, but Field of Ruin really, really changed that matchup. Now, Cyrus only has 2 Valakuts in his deck, and he has no way to rebuy them. So if he naturally draws them, is forced to play them, put them, expose them on the battlefield to Field of Ruin, it could be very, very painful for him. I feel like that is the key card Blue-White Control has, is that Field of Ruin. Now, they also have Teferi and Force of Negation, which those by themselves can stop Bring to Light or Scapeshift. Teferi obviously just stops the Bring to Light second cast, and Force of Negation can stop either of those. Now, on the Bring to Light Snowshift side, there is some interaction. Teferi also stops the counter magic, and there is just dropping lands. If Blue-White Control does not get Field of Ruin, dropping lands and Valakut will eventually get there. Post-board, Bring to Light Snowshift does get more counter magic with Dovin's Veto, 2 more Force of Negations, and I would actually not be surprised if Cyrus brings in the 2 other creatures, Baloth and the Werewolf, to try and fight through the weakness that I just mentioned with Field of Ruin. I don't know. This seems like it's a pretty even matchup versus 2 great players. Let's see how it plays out.
We're in a dead heat in matches won by Team Fire and Team Ice. It is 7-7 with the last round of the night all queued up for us. And here to help us through it is my buddy, Guano Maestro. Guano, how you doing?
I'm great. I've been just working the man behind the curtain for the last few matches. It's been fun to kind of watch and relax. But I'm sure everybody's super stoked about my highly technical analysis.
Well, we'll get into that in just a moment. And next week is going to be our Spice Week for the first half of the Modern Streamers League. We'll talk about that coming up during sideboarding. Cyrus corman-gill for Team Ice, looking for just their second win of the night tonight. And we're seeing Team Ice's perspective all week long here on the Modern Streamers League. Cyrus, he got the win over Caleb Shearer and Storm last week. KoDiamonds, as you mentioned early, he had the dirty laundry out last week. That gave him the edge. He picked up a key win for Team Fire. Let's see. This is our second matchup between undefeated players in the Modern Streamers League this evening.
Had lucky laundry. You never know.
Cyrus corman-gill thinking about putting together a hand that can really pressure this blue-white control deck.
He's holding mana open, though, so obviously we're waiting on a counterspell here.
Search for Tomorrow on suspend. Now Cyrus thinking about how he wants to use this opportunity for a little ramp. Not easy to put these, 4-color decks together all the time. We've seen DaviusMinimus playing the 5-color deck. That was fun to watch again tonight. Now you got to really manage your other colors, and maybe you don't have to prioritize things like Path to Exile in Game 1 when you're playing against a slow blue-white control deck. You might want to look for some other angles of attack. Naked Snapcaster going off in Ambush Viper mode. Oh, he's going to get the opt at least. That feels like opt off Snapcaster always feels like, you gave somebody $1 and you got a penny back.
Well, I mean, if that's your play, though, and you're digging, it's amazingly feels good.
And here's the play that Doom talked about. This is a straight-played Valakut, the Molten Pinnacle, and it's going to give an opportunity to KoDiamonds to take it down if he can find a Field of Ruin here. And that is not what the Scapeshift Bring to Light player wants to see, is the straight-up play of Valakut.
Oh, there's the Field of Ruin. That's what he didn't want to see.
And this is starting to come together for KoDiamonds. KoDiamonds also, Guano, he's just sitting over there on Cryptic Command mana.
Yeah, he's in the spot right now. I mean, he could even let the Bring to Light resolve and then just counter whatever comes next. That's what St. Doom was talking about right there.
Yeah, really 2 ways to play that. You can do that, or if you have the 3-drop Teferi Time Bender, it'll just automatically counter the next one as part of its static ability.
Yep.
Now the remand draw for Cyrus. And, Snapcaster beats, they're not nothing. Eventually you're going to have to use up the Lightning Bolt or the Path to Exile. Remand going to put Teferi back in hand. I think if Cyrus does this, he's just kind of begging KoDiamonds to see if he'll tap out for it.
Oh, he had a smell snare. It's dirty.
That's a lot of value off of one spell snare.
Yes, sir.
Snapcast. 6-turn clock after this one, but of course Cyrus has multiple answers in hand for Snapcaster if he decides to go that way. No longer has the use of the Valakut thanks to the Field of Ruin.
He's only got 1 red mana right now, though, so if he casts that lightning bolt and he can spell snare, or if he can remand it, there's nothing he can do about it. Although, I mean, he could search for tomorrow and go get another red land, but that's a lot just to get rid of that Teferi.
Yeah, you've got everything open right now. You'd have to think if you're Cyrus, what are you willing to play around? Logic Knot has enough with Delve to be a stop for that lightning bolt. And Teferi is single-handedly cutting off the Bring to Lights, which is why you might think that Cyrus would point that lightning bolt toward the Teferi.
Right.
It feels to me like a multi-level trap has been set up by KoDiamonds here.
Especially with 5 cards in hand. I mean, that's where you want to be as a control player.
Well, Cyrus electing to go for the bolt. And even if this feels good on the surface, quote unquote, and you get the Teferi, are you going to get off the Bring to Light? Is there a second Teferi in hand? So that's why I say this feels like a multi-level trap right now for KoDiamonds.
And there it was. The trap was sprung.
The Force of Negation. Search for Tomorrow. Retail mode.
And the magic number for the Bring to Light Scapeshift deck is 7, correct?
If you can go get 2 Valakuts, but we've already seen 1 dealt with.
Yeah.
And you're also thinking, boy, you have to have that Scapeshift resolve. And against a firm blue-white control deck, there's no guarantee that Scapeshift is going to resolve. And you could see the pain on Cyrus's face to stop the Snapcaster beats. He had to give up the path and the extra land. And that means a lot. There are some decks that doesn't mean much for. You start giving blue-white control 6, 7, 8 lands, and it can do a lot. Here's Jace to show you just that. This would seem to be no cryptic command if he's willing to tap this low, but he could just look for another land off of the Brainstorm, and there it is.
Wow. That's not feeling good right there for Cyrus. Look at the look on his face. He does not look happy.
KoDiamonds now is 1 land away from being able to activate the Colonnade and hold up Cryptic Command. And that's just a backbreaking place for control to be.
He's going for it here. He's just going to cast the Scapeshift to see what happens, right? Make him have it. Make him have that counter spell. And there it is. Force of Negation. That's
just cancel mode. That's all that was. Cancel mode. And there's nothing that KoDiamonds has to be afraid of really on the follow-up there with just those 3 mana open.
Right. And Teferi. He can't cast his Ice Fang Coatl on Rob's turn, so...
Super Friends assemble. Big Teferi, 5-drop Teferi comes down to join the party. And I'm okay with saying, even as a not modern control specialist, that this one feels pretty over to me.
Yep. Oh my! And now that's Super Friends right there. That is the assembly.
That's high stepping it down the sideline after the interception.
Man.
Just putting a firm lid on the potential that any one turn for Cyrus has right now.
Not feeling good at all.
And it's not as if Robcaster's, hand is blank and he's played everything out. He's still got 3 cards in hand to go along with the 3 open mana.
And there's nothing intimidating about looking at 4 awesome planeswalkers on the other side of the battlefield when you've got sorceries and a flash spell you can't cast.
When will Rob CasterMage decide to start getting in with Celestial Colonnade?
The bashes.
One more look with Narset. He can draw a card with Teferi, 5-drop Teferi. He can then brainstorm with Jace. So he can essentially draw 4 to 5 cards on this turn if he chooses to. If he would spend the 3 on Teferi Timebender going down.
Plus whatever cards he ends up getting in his hand. Oh, there it is. There's the scoop.
Cyrus feeling like he's been slightly outcarded here in game 1. Just wants to look at the sideboard. In comes the counter magic. In comes the value plays. In come the fries. And right now, Guano, this just doesn't seem like a good matchup when I'm looking at it from the Scape Shift side.
Agreed.
Next week, you ready? You ready for some spice?
Very excited.
Singleton next week is going to be the showdown format here on the Modern Streamers League. Each sort of half of the league, the 10-week league, is divided into 2 5-week segments. And in 4 of those 5 weeks, our Modern Streamers will be playing the same constructed list. You're going to see them play it in weeks 1, 2, 4, and 5 on the first half. Then they'll get to bring new decks for weeks 6 through 10. Now, we're not going to tell you what the Spice Week is for the second half of the season just yet, but next week, it's going to be Spice Week here on the Modern Streamers League. Singleton. Guano, are you thinking there's any particular cards that may bubble up to the surface?
Well, I mean, it just depends on what people are playing. I've seen the list. I mean, they're all posted right there. If you scroll down on our channel, they're all listed right there, and there's a lot of different strategies going on. I've seen some Thopter combos, you know, the one-ofs, the searching with the whir. You've got some Esper combos. We've got, I mean, just anything you can think of, really. I mean, it is Spice Central. I mean, more spice than Paul Moadib. You know who I'm talking about. That
was a nice name drop.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna maybe come as like deli mustard next week to be spicy. That's as spicy as I get. That's as spicy as I get at this point. But I'm actually looking forward next week. I think he's going to have a little bit more work to do, and we'll see how far he crawls into those Singleton lists. The forecast of doom is going to be a real challenge during Singleton week next week, and we'll see how St. Doom calls those coming up in week 3 here on the Modern Streamers League.
Maybe we should call that Spice of Doom for next week. Change it up a little bit. Give it a little spice of its own.
I like where you're going. Cyrus, his face is usually inscrutable when he plays, but right now I'm getting a small hint of resignation for some reason. Not that he's going to concede before the game is played, but I think he knows he might be on the lower end of the teeter-totter in this matchup.
Can't play his Remand right now, so I mean, I guess it's secure. Yeah, search.
Double Tribe Elder.
He's looking to draw into something here because right now it doesn't look like he's got what he needs.
Well, he's got the ramp side of the deck going.
Right.
You know, what's he going to be able to do with it? Does he want to take a chance and expose a Valakut again?
Oh, another spell snare.
Those 2 spell snares have been brutal for Rob CasterMage.
Man. That is just brutal.
Search for Tomorrow coming off. Suspend. Not going for the Mountain. No Lightning Bolt in hand this time to speak of. Doesn't have the Valakut out, so there was no reason to go for the Mountain trigger.
No.
I mean, are you thinking... I'm looking at maybe running out of value, Bring to Light here next turn?
I mean, you've got to at this point. I mean, right? Remand a Teferi if he tries to play it. You know, I mean, what's...
I think you'd have to.
Yeah.
Valakut, though, I believe comes into play tapped, so...
And you could even run out the Teferi and then have the Force of Negation, so... Nothing.
Well, you can only use that on your opponent's turn for the alternate casting costs on Force of Negation.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That would give you a little window if you're Cyrus here.
All right. Thank you, chat. Appreciate it.
So he's got the 5 land. Does he want to go for the Bring to Light?
That's me. Chat's asking me questions right now. Yes, my mic was low. I wasn't paying attention because I've been working the man behind the curtain. So we're looking good, though. I mean, this is Rob Caster's slowly working into what he wants to do right now.
Right, and he's like the Snapcaster opt line. I mean, if you're just looking for specifics or maybe digging for a counter spell to protect yourself, why not get it going?
Agreed.
Obviously, the Remand not going to draw much against the Snapcaster, and now the Narset. Is this going to get a Remand? This might be a chance to Remand, draw a card, and look for an opportunity here if you're Cyrus. Rob Caster.
It's a big turn right here.
Yeah, he's looking for a chance to maybe scape shift off the Bring the Light, but I think that's just not going to happen here. Looking to
Exile crumble the dust, go get all of the colonnades. I don't think that's his biggest issue though right now.
No, that certainly puts the clock to mostly negligible for blue-white control, but this is just sort of delaying the inevitable. I think if you're on the Bring to Light deck, and that inevitable is you're going to have to deal with the cavalcade of planeswalkers that we saw in game 1.
Yeah, I mean there's 2 of them right there in his hand, and he's got plenty of lands too. So Teferi looks like he's gonna hit the board right here.
And Teferi, we talked about it. His static text box line is a hard counter for Bring to Light's second spell. So what angle? Oh, now it's Teferi for Cyrus. This is going to actually draw something from Rob Castermage because the blue-white deck in Modern, not as versatile as the one a lot of times you'll see in Standard to be able to shift gears. It's a one-way street, and it wants to play at instant speed.
We just had to skip through a little bit of static there on the video. Looks like Monastery Mentor hit the table for Rob Caster.
So Mentor, as Rob Caster elected to go, up, you would say up your beats count for another deck, but blue-white, I think it just gives him an alternate win condition without having to ride it out all the way to Teferi, 5-drop Teferi. Quick opt for a Monk token.
Yep, Cryptic bounced Valakut too. That's a good observation, Doom.
Lost some of that on the quick forward skip, but now, where does Cyrus want to point this Teferi at? He wants to go upstairs. Now his instants and his sorceries, most importantly, able to be played anytime he could play an instant.
I feel like Teferi might be going down right here, though. I mean, what?
Triggers coming off for Rob Caster. Snappy, looking to answer. This going to be a Remand to put it back in his hand again. Snapcaster.
The Monk, though, with all those prowess triggers, still that's just dirty. He's still got plenty of stuff to do. Especially if he has another land in his hand, he can just cast it again. Always bringing the noise.
And the Monk, importantly, better than sort of prowess, if you will, with its ability to spawn and give those spawn prowess.
All right. And going for the Bring to Light right now, huh?
I would think you would have to here. Maybe
there it
logic.
Is.
No, and all of the counter magic turned off because of Teferi. I forgot Cyrus had played that a couple of turns ago.
Yep.
Sitting down there on 2. Escape shift.
Does he have enough? This is it.
I believe that should do it. He's got 1 Valakut. He can get a second, and then that'll be plenty of triggers. I believe game 2 is going to go to Cyrus. What a key pickup of the 3-drop Teferi to shut Rob Castermage out there in game 2, Guano. I mean, that was the whole game swung around right there. That's quite the pile of triggers.
Yes, sir. Here we go. Game 3. Moving on.
Every match tonight has gone to game 3 here on day 1 of week 2 of the Modern Streamers League. GhostxEmpire won it over Caleb Shearer 2-1 in our opening matchup. And then it was Cat Light backed up by Dido and Garrett Martin, all for Team Fire as they pulled back even in the overall race. And now KatMtg trying to make it a smoking night for Team Fire and give them 4 match wins in a row. Team Ice came in after week 1 up 6 matches to 4, but that quickly leveled out at 7-7. And now KatMtg with a chance to make it a win for Team Fire tonight in dominating fashion. Cyrus corman-gill, though, he's maybe the biggest hurdle you have to run through on the other side of the table, especially on the roster tonight, I think, for Team Ice. GhostxEmpire, an absolute master with Dredge. No disrespect there, but Cyrus is widely regarded as one of the best players, I think, in the game right now.
He's got no green mana, though. I mean, look what he's doing right here. He's got his searches, he's got a Sakura Tribe Elder, but he's got no way to cast it. That's got to be heartbreaking.
Are you looking at becoming a mini control deck here? He's got the Fry if Teferi comes down. That might be better than the Remand. Or is the Remand going to be good enough and just hope that green, your most populous color, comes up for you? This is certainly a conundrum.
Oh, the Monastery Mentor. Here we go. Getting it started early. Might as well.
I scare of that as well. No questions asked. Do you want to give it up on that? I think you do. That early, with that many instants and sorceries in the blue-white control deck, Monastery Mentor could be darn close to a 2-turn kill once it's on the board.
Agreed. He's still looking. Cyrus still has to get that green mana, though, to get his engine going. Right now, he's really hurting.
Yeah. No green mana here, and the only thing he could even contemplate is a remand. So this is a huge draw. A surgical extraction for the couple of, for a monk token and a prowess trigger. That prowess trigger not going to matter, but the monk token still going to be around. Now a chance for Teferi. Pop the monk token.
There's the green mana right there.
That is a huge turn for Cyrus. He dealt profitably with his opponent's threats that were leveled and picked up his green mana. Wow, he needed that in a big way.
Agreed. Draw that card, too. So now neither player can cast counterspells, so...
and KatMtg, he just went for the quick value there. He went for the quick card draw, and his hand does not feel like it has come together in this game in a way that could really, over a longer game, set up that value engine. The fact that he went for that quick, early Monastery Mentor and left it unprotected for a turn, and Cyrus had the answer.
Agreed. Let's see what he can do, though. That Field of Ruin's pretty clutch.
Yeah, if you're going to pick up a land off the top, that might be the best one. Snapcaster.
4 and opt again.
Yeah, he's got to go opt because he's got to obviously look for something. Secure Tribe Elder, a sacrifice effect, so Path won't do much.
Nope.
Secure Tribe Elder, slightly better, and I say that with a twinkle in my eye before the damage on the stack rules left the game of Magic. Used to be able to put damage on the stack, then sacrifice it. That really seemed too good to me at the time.
Good old Mog Fanatic rule, yeah?
Oh,
jeez.
Mog was a secret 2-power creature when that happened. That is one of the rule changes that I think has been good for Magic that I agree with over the years.
Looks like Big Teferi's coming in. He can bounce Little Teferi if he wants. There it is.
Bounce Little Teferi.
Big Teferi's better than Little Teferi.
That puts Teferi at 1, but Snapcaster Mage, has the ability to block and force that sack on the... Oh, that's a clutch lightning bolt from Cyrus as well.
Mm-hmm.
Now, which one does he want to get rid of? I agree with this play. You're going to get Teferi Timebender back in a couple of turns, if not sooner, off the remand. That opens up your entire breadth and width of your deck.
Holding on to that Valakut.
Well, he sees the Field of Ruins right in front of him.
Yep. He's
Very
digging right now. He's got the fingers crossed for the path for the escape shift or bring to light right now.
And this is where it can be so demoralizing, Guano. You've fought, your opponent's draws haven't really come together. You're eking out some angles, and now suddenly they untap with Teferi, and they're drawing 2 cards a turn.
And a double Field of Ruin right there, taking away all the rest of his basic lands there.
Teferi. Limiting the options. And now Cyrus, he's had land, I believe, for his last 3 draws.
Yeah. Disheartening. Look at his face. He's got that sideways smirk.
And he knows he can't get through the Snapcaster to even, maintain the Teferi on a 2 or 3 loyalty count. Robcaster Mage going after another red source.
No basic lands to look for.
If Cyrus decides he needs a color, he does have the Misty Rainforest, so likely he'll be able to get whatever he would need, and most likely waiting to expose that second green for the escape shift.
Yeah, but I mean, he can't get his escape shift or the bring to light right now.
No.
Vendilion Click.
If I'm Robcaster Mage, I might not push anything out of Cyrus's hand here.
Yeah.
Maybe the Valakut might be safe, but then you would allow him to search it up with the escape shift, and there.
That's what he played.
Yeah, nothing gonna change for Cyrus.
Now we got 3 damage coming over the top with the click and the 3rd Field of Ruin. Man.
Snapcaster coming in too, making it a 4-turn clock right now, with Robcaster attacking for 5 each turn.
Just leaving Teferi defenseless against that huge. Oh, here we go. Here's this Sakura Tribe Elder, but I mean the Bring to Light, but it might be a little too late right now.
Boy, your opponent's been drawing 2 cards a turn for the last 3 to 4 turns. That is hard to think that that's going to resolve a meaningful spell at this point.
Yeah, I mean because he can even go, Cryptic Command that thing, remand it, and then go straight back into a Logic Knot or anything, really. I mean, he's got 7 cards in his hand, so...
I mean, you have to go for it, I think, but I don't know how much hope I would hold out here. He is the free option for not Pact of Negation, but Negation Open. And I love this play by Robcaster Mage. You want to remand the Cryptic Command and let him have it again, because this is just drawing out.
Oh, the spell snare. That has been the clutch spell for Robcaster in each game. That spell has gotten him exactly what he needed. Cyrus looks defeated.
This entire match has been defined by what spell snare has picked off for 1 mana.
Unbelievable. Super clutch.
Now you're down to 1 card in hand. It's not a meaningful play based on the texture of the board, and your opponent's drawing a card and drawing 2 cards and brainstorming each turn. And so your opponent on a turn cycle is...
He's looking the Fate Seal. He went for the Fate Seal. No brainstorm.
This play. He knows that Lightning Bolt is an opportunity for Cyrus to do away with one of the card advantage engines, and I love that Fate Seal.
10. Let's see if he's got 5, 4. He's got 9 damage with the Celestial Colonnade. Oh, surgical extraction on the Bring to Light. That's pretty much the lockdown. Nothing
Cyrus,
going there.
I know the Bring the Light Scape Shift deck has to play a solid number of lands in order to hold up, one, its mana sources, and two, its hijinks. But Cyrus just absolutely flooded out on some key late game turns in this game 3.
Yeah. And that Sakura Tribe Elder isn't doing as much work as you needed it to.
No. Sakura Tribe Elder, it's a holiday where he's at.
It looked like Cyrus had the chance when he got rid of that Teferi and was the Monastery Mentor, Teferi, he was handling all the issues, but...
That was undoubtedly the window, and then it was shortly after that I think he drew 3 lands in a row, and then he went for the Bring the Light play, and Rob Castermage had the double counter spell.
Plus, using that Field of Ruin to force him to shuffle his library when the Teferi was only 3 down, that's not good.
I believe that just one of 2 that Cyrus was able to bring in out of the sideboard too. So he's not operating with the full set the way that blue-white is.
Yeah. 7.
Second tribe, but that feels like they've sped the treadmill up faster than the hamster can run.
Oh, here comes Snappy. That's it. There's the scoop.
And that's going to be a 4-match win streak for Team Fire to wrap up the night as Rob Castermage gets it 2-1 over Cyrus Corman-Gill. What an absolutely brilliant beginning to week 2 here in the Modern Streamers League. And we couldn't do it without our friends at Card Hoarder and Card Kingdom. They give you what you need to play the decks you want when you want to play them. And they do it for one of the best prices you can get, and the service is outstanding with both. This has been such a brilliant night. Guano, I know you were watching from the sideline while I got to hang out with Francisco. He was amazing all night long. Forecast of Doom was right on point, and I'm going to go back to it. As much as that match was, in my mind, the game of the night was Game 1 between Garrett Martin and KoDiamonds, when it looked for all the world that Garrett Martin had that game. He had everything going his way, and KoDiamonds found a way to win a grueling half-hour-plus game. Yeah. That was, I thought, really insightful from KoDiamonds and was just well-played Magic as much as it could be on both sides, knowing that neither player was really drawing a lot in the way of things to do at that point.
I agree. Every single match went to 3 games. It just shows the level of play that we've got in this league, that we're playing a lot for pride, for charity. Nobody wants to lose. Everybody wants their team to be on top. And the fun thing is the first week, the 5 matches, there's going to be a team on top every single week. So the other team has to step back up, stick it up in there, and go get that win, because that's what this is about.
There was an awesome turnaround from down 2 matches at the end of week 1 to now up a match, 8-7 here after our first night of week 2 in the Modern Streamers League. Team Fire was absolutely on fire tonight with 4-match wins in a row to wrap it up. Check out the charity they're playing for below us, A21, looking to end human trafficking worldwide. And Team Ice, they're going to be led next week by a pair of combo players. We're going to see Amulet players, Francisco, who hung out with us all night, and we're also going to see St. Doom pick it up as well. Will that be the key that leads Team Ice back? Team Ice playing for the Cancer Research Institute, looking to end all forms of cancer all around the globe. You can check that out as well and support Team Ice just below our broadcast here. Guano, a final thought before we really look forward to Wednesday night?
Yeah, I am so impressed by this league and all the guys in it, everybody, and girls. Sorry, Kat, didn't want to leave you out there. But everybody that's in this, really, you can just tell they want to win. Even though we can't hear their voices, you see the looks on their faces. They all want to win. They all want to show their best Magic every single night. They're bringing it to the table, and that's what we want. That's what we want to give the viewers, everything that they came here to see.
For everybody involved in our production, we appreciate it. For Mike, for Flying Delver, for everyone, I'm Sean Seacrease. Thank you for joining us for the Modern Streamers League. We return Wednesday evening for part 2 of week 2. Until then, good night from the Modern Streamers League.
See you on Wednesday.